Oh, I could be all it is you need, 'cause we are trying to find a way to feel. If I could sleep, I'd dream of what we'd be, but I can feel you slip further from me. Oh, it makes it hard to be when you are all that I want but don't have. And I'll run into the sea, follow this heart that escapes me. It escapes me, and I'm forgetting me, all I was and become everything, all I wanted. Although it feels like heaven, I can't wait forever. Old habits are hard to break. I'm losing faith. Maybe we're better off this way, but I'm still forgetting me, all I was and become everything, all I wanted.
What type of dog is this?
Well, that was good timing with the music. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a good Friday. I'm going to try a bit of a morning stream here. We've got a bonus cat cameo for you here. Mr. Cat loves processing astrophotography images. Oh, that's a damn nice kitty right there. I played around a bit with the Twitch stream overlay and channel points and things. So if you guys are on Twitch, there's fun channel point redemptions. And now that I've got the cat here, it made me think I need some of those. What's up, James? How are you, buddy?
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
This is a good cat. This is a damn good cat. She's getting up there in age. She's like 13, 12, 13 now. She's very chill. Very chill. She definitely likes my lap. And she definitely likes my lap more when it's cold. I mean, cold for California, Southern California standards. Basically, it gets below like 71 degrees, and then she's on my lap. So, you're hanging with cats too, right on. How many cats you got? How many cats you got? We are going to do some more astrophotography processing today. I did some off-stream processing on my Eagle Nebula shot, and I kind of figured out where I went wrong. This is not the Eagle Nebula. This is the Lagoon Nebula, also a fantastic one of the big four, as I call them. There's four emission nebula in the Sagittarius region, the core of the Milky Way, that are fantastic to image and to view visually. Unfortunately, they're summertime objects, so we don't really see them. Can't view them in the winter time, but we can process the images. Way too many. Oh, you adopted a family without knowing it. Well, that's good of you to take in a stray. This one was a stray rescue. This one arrived to my house in the engine compartment of my friend's car. She was a small kitten. So, she'll be my little stream buddy today. Yes, and no, maybe not. There she goes. Cats. Let's take a look at the Eagle Nebula before. Actually, let me get this thing. We're going to restack this. And we'll do a restack, and then we'll work on this. This image is an example of, a great example of how absolutely fantastic the Blur Exterminator plugin is. And you'll see, because this was one that had bad data. This was bad data. I'll tell that story in a moment, but I'm going to close that, and let's get the stacking. Let's get the stacking going. Script batch processing, weighted batch pre-processing. Wait for this to get the script to load up here. And still have my flats in there. Cool. Lights, we will clear that. And let's add my lights. This was an image I shot at the Golden State Star Party. Right there. Ah, also reworking. Very cool. This is M8. And I need to grab just the raw files. Shot this with my Canon 7D Mark II, and it would save RAWs and JPEGs. But obviously, only want to stack the RAW files. And there we go. Add those in there. Interesting. M42. I mean, the Orion Nebula has fantastic colors. Maybe just the way you calibrated your colors. Okay, calibration, post-calibration. We're going to do a 2x drizzle on this because we're glutton for punishment. 2 hours and 52 minutes, 35 seconds on this object. So that's pretty good for what I was doing back in the day. And we're going to do a new folder. This is M8, the Lagoon Nebula. And let's run that. Okay, well, that's stacking in the background. Let's take a look at the Eagle Nebula that I processed in the last stream. And this is what I got. Mainly what I was going for was with the narrowband normalization to get different colors, get different contrasts of colors, particularly in the core, because we want these, you know, the fantastic, the fabulous pillars in the core here to stand out and have more contrast. And I kind of got that. I got that pretty good. This looks neat. Looks nice. But at the expense of my background is really ugly here. And wasn't quite sure where that was, and then I realized I think it was because the gradient correction actually subtracted out some signal in there. This is a tricky area to process because, well, background subtraction is tricky in general. I really like this field. This was like my previous editing attempt at it. This to me looks really great. It's even, and we should see like glow across the whole field. This was shot at a dark site with very little sky glow. Although all these objects, now I'm thinking about it, the Sagittarius region never really rises very high in the sky in the northern hemisphere. So there's going to be, even in a dark sky site, there's going to be some amount of sky glow, which will cause a gradient in the image. So and I forget to, so I guess there should be some gradient. Anyways, subtracting the gradient is tricky because you don't want to remove signal, right? Because there could be signal in here. And there should be a lot of glow because the Sagittarius region is very bright. You look at the wide field images of the Milky Way core. Let's see, like this. You know, so if you're imaging, so actually that's the Lagoon Nebula right there. So if you take an image of the Lagoon Nebula, like there's glow, right, from millions and millions of stars. So you should see, it shouldn't be a black background is what I'm getting at. So that's the Lagoon, that's the Trifid, and then I think that's the Eagle Nebula there. Not a very great Milky Way core shot, but it's cool to see the wider field. Yeah, that's the Swan Nebula, that's the Eagle. So there should be some glow around there. Although now I'm looking at it, it's not super bright around that area, right? So it's not like here. So, what's up, Low Base Guy? Good morning to you, sir. Or maybe it's afternoon where you're at, or right about noon. I'm kind of, I don't know, dude. I'm kind of like I'm kind of feeling. I mean, last couple of days I've been feeling like maybe I'm a little bit getting sick. I feel a little congested, and I normally have like morning allergy stuff, but this feels like I kind of had a little bit of a sore throat this morning. So I don't know. Who knows? This stream may not go very well. And just as I did that, now my nose is kind of starting to run. So excuse me if I have to blow my nose and blow my nose and such. So that was Eagle Nebula, right? We was talking about the background and the core. So I reprocessed this yet again for like the 1000th time. It's fun to do when you have good data and really beautiful targets. It's fun to reprocess those. And this is where I'm at now with it. Still not super happy with the background. There's some weird like purplish going on in here. That shouldn't be like that. So probably I'll go process it again for the 1000th time. But what I'm really happy with is how the core came out. The pillars, I think, look. I mean, there's so much detail in here. I'm kind of looking at this again and just kind of blown away again. We should bring up that. I mean, like there's like there's details in this cloud here that I'm shocked that I'm seeing from an 8-inch telescope. Let me bring the Hubble image up. Again, to compare. So, the Hubble image, let me move that over like that. I mean, obviously the Hubble image is going to be way better, but I mean, details like there's kind of this point, the bright spot in the point, like, look, that's in my shot. I mean, it's blurry and not going to be sharp, but you know, this is my shot is with an 8-inch mirror, and the Hubble mirror, I think Hubble's mirror is, how big is Hubble's mirror? It's at least a meter. Hubble, no, not the mirror flaw. Oh, here we go. No, how big is it? Oh, it's more than a meter. It's like 9 feet, I think, in diameter. Yeah, I don't know what that is in metric, but it's big. So, which one, James? The Hubble one or mine? Probably both, right? In the 90s. Yeah. Wait, okay, this was 95. So this image was shot in 95. Yeah, I don't know if you could have got the image that I got with, you know, amateur gear in 95. So, heck, it still blows my mind today that we can see that with, you know, amateur gear, right? So, pretty friggin' sweet. Mine, yeah, thank you. Yeah. I'm just kind of disappointed now that, you know, because I only have like 2 hours of data here, and I really wish I could add more to it. You know, get this to like 10 hours of data. I don't have that gear anymore, so it's kind of a bummer. Makes me wish I had that setup again. So. We definitely couldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I wasn't around. Well, digital photography, yeah. Without digital cameras in the 90s, yeah, there wasn't. It's kind of hard to remember. Like, oh yeah, there was a time before we had digital cameras, huh? yeah, digital sensors, right? Yeah, I suppose this is impossible without digital sensors. I mean, I know you can do film astrophotography, but you know, you can't do stacking, or maybe there's a way to manually do, like, literally stacking, but it wouldn't look like this, right? Had some downtime at work. Haha, I feel you. Oh, first try, and it's going off without a hitch. Yeah, it's like something's not right here if it's not broken. So we're still integrating that image. Yeah, I suspect that's where the term image stacking comes from, was they literally would stack cells on top of each other. But that would be difficult. Plus, there's all kinds of fancy algorithms going on in the background here too. When it does the stacking, in fact, I'll bring up that there's like rejection algorithms. So things like satellite or airplane. If you get like a satellite or a meteor or an airplane trail in the image, the algorithms will remove those, whereas manually stacking, that would not get removed, right? So, yeah, there's definitely, the tools we have now are pretty great. It's one of the great things about living in the future. So let's look at whoops, not that screen. So I want to show my original edit on this object from 2016. I edited this one several times and never really got anything that I liked out of it. It's very ugly. So this is a target in the northern hemisphere, and I shot this from like northern California, so it was quite a bit farther north than where I normally am. And oh, it wants my attention here. We want to do the astrometric solution. Yeah, this was having kind of issues, wasn't it? I guess we'll just. It's got data. I think this is right. I'm just gonna hit OK. See what it does. So this object never really rises very high on the in the sky, and for those of you that are new to astronomy and may not be familiar with these things, the higher, more directly overhead an object is, the better, because the less atmosphere you're looking through. When you're looking low, you're looking sort of horizontally through the atmosphere, and so you get much more. The farther the light has to pass through the atmosphere, the more it can diffract or be subject to turbulence. So things that are low on the horizon are never going to be as sharp as things that are directly overhead. And then I was even further north when I imaged this, so it was never very high in the sky. Plus, it was just not a very good night of seeing. So this image is just not very sharp. The stars are very blobby. They're not super round. Especially when you look towards the outside, there's a lot of this is a result of coma, these weirdly shaped, which is an optical aberration from the reflecting the mirror telescope. And I'm pretty sure I was using a coma corrector, which is a corrector lens. And even with that, you have all this coma. So this is all going to get fixed in the new software. And it's having problems doing the astrometric solution, which is kind of a bummer because optical aberration. Another band name. Called it. Let's see. I really do want this to solve. I'm not sure why. Like these should be right. Yeah, I was having. I'm not sure if I got that to work with the other one. I don't know what else to check. Maybe just I think I just set the focal distance to a little bit less. So we'll try it one more time. Oh, let me get some water too while that's running. No, it keeps kicking me out here. Well, I can't remember what. We'll just try changing the pixel size. I can't remember what I did on the other image to make that work. We'll try it again. So I'm going to reprocess this one and do the same narrowband normalization trick to play with the colors and try to get more contrast in the core. Yeah, it keeps failing, so we're just going to not do it. The astrometric solution. I don't know why that seems to have such a hard time in PixInsight. Other software seems like it can solve it no problem. So I don't know why. The astrometric solution, if you don't know, is it's figuring out where in the scale, like what it's looking at in the sky, and it keeps kicking me out here. I'm like, just don't do it. Like, will it not let me move forward without narrowband normalization? Yeah. Well, it kind of works because we're talking about narrowband. We're talking about narrow bandwidths of light, which is wavelengths, right? So you could have bandwidth or sound wavelengths the same, right? So you could definitely have a there's definitely a musical meaning there as well. What is going on here? How can I? It keeps. Oh, yeah, I think. Let's see. I think I was I was doing this yesterday, and it had to do with like the stars being too bright. Let's see. Yeah, like the script. Let's see. Oh, detection scales. Yeah, something like this. Let's see. Sources with measured SNR above this parameter in units of detection level will always be detected. I'm going to lower that to 1. Let's see. So I think that's going to detect less stars for doing the solution, which there's plenty of stars. It shouldn't need that many. So we'll see if that works. So it's looking it up in the catalog of stars. Star alignment. It's like it's detecting stars. You did understand some of it. You said words. SNR, signal to noise ratio. And that did not work. And I can't get out of this. All right, let me just. Oh, you know what? I might be at. Hold on. I might be just really stupid. I think that was 3. I think it's just not. I think I'm just not looking at the right object. Yeah, so the date and time, it pulls that from the metadata, but I don't think there's any way this metadata, it'll have the correct coordinates, the right ascension and declination. So I think I need to search and yeah, so that's totally off. Okay, let's okay. Now maybe we're right. A pet peeve of mine is when, especially in like forum posts or Reddit post or something when people use acronyms, and it's just particularly frustrating when you're trying to find some information, you're trying to learn a new subject, a new thing, and people type acronyms, SNR. Like, what the heck does that mean? What is that? If you don't know, SNR is signal to noise ratio. So, like, as a general, like a Reddit life pro tip or something, it's like always use the full phrase or words first, then use the acronym later on. So I have a feeling this is working now. Seems to be doing more stuff. Please work this time. It's just really hitting my CPU over here. Why did that not work? What is... Oh, wow. Now it's just like... Okay, this should be 2.04. And focal length like 7... Maybe 700? Now I'm kind of just guessing. But the object... M8. Lagoon Nebula. Search. So the pixel size on that camera was 4.09 microns. But the reason I have half that in there is because I did a 2x drizzle integration, which doubles the resolution. So it's the same effect as having the pixels being half this size, I think. All right, we're trying again. Oh, it says convergence reached after 6 iterations. That's good. There we go. Oh, wait, but why did... Okay, it's kind of weird. I don't care. It's done. Whatever. We'll go with what we got here. I will close that. And now we can take a look at what we have. Get my projects folder. M8. Master... Wow, this is a 1.2 gigabyte image. Get pretty big. Screen transfer function, and we will auto stretch it. It's green. That's what we expect to see for now. And there we go. Yeah. That's a picture of the Lagoon Nebula. Yeah, a 1.2 gigabyte image. That's a lot of data. So, I don't know how well, probably without a before and after comparison, it's hard to see, but how kind of blurry. You can just tell. It looks like it's out of focus almost, which it may have been slightly out of focus as well, but the effect of poor seeing or atmospheric turbulence will be similar to a poor focus. One of the big giveaways in astrophotography images of focus is the shape of the stars, size and shape of the stars. Point sources of light do stars are point sources of light. They're infinitesimally small, very bright lights. And the reason we see any size at all is because of diffraction, light diffracting inside the optical tube, right? The light is a wave, and so it's bouncing off the edges of the tube, the inside of the tube, the optical tube, and it makes a ball. Right, so that's why it's a round ball. You're not actually seeing the diameter of the star here, right? So like on this scale, you know, this star is smaller than a single pixel, right? Like way smaller. So, but having them, the roundness is just sort of a trick that we can exploit for focusing. And when we do autofocus routines, basically all an autofocuser does is it changes the focus a little bit, moves your focus ring, whatever, a little bit, and then it measures the diameter of the star. And then it changes it and measures it again, and iterates like that to find a minimum. And it'll plot this like parabola shape to find the minimum diameter of the star, and then that's when your object is in focus. This object, I didn't have an autofocuser when I shot this, so this would have been manually focused, which you do the same thing, but you're just kind of doing it by eye. You're just, you know, so the computer can be more accurate. And if you have an autofocuser, it can adjust the focus, you know, throughout the night in case your focus drifts, which it can do as temperatures change. You know, metals, things can expand, contract, focus can change. So having an autofocuser is really great, which I have on my new rig, but not on this one. But we are stacked and ready to play with this. So it should have an astrometric solution. It did give me kind of an error. We'll try some of these new tools. We will start with the spectrophotometric flux calibration tool. And that is a cool word, cool phrase. And I was getting this to work yesterday. So it worked off stream, which means it's definitely not going to work on stream, right? And I think this was the one that I lowered. The minimum detection SNR, I think this I lowered. So we will run that. See how this goes. We'll just run this. Hey, it worked. And I don't really know what these graphs mean, but I know they're supposed to look like this, so cool. Cool, so that's calibrated. And now we can do the multi-scale gradient correction, which this is tricky. Like, is there a gradient in this image? There's not much of one. You know, you're really just kind of looking, it's kind of eyeballing it, but what I was getting at earlier is that there's just like everything is a lot of stuff going on in this region. So I'll probably run it just to see. But here is a wide field view of the Milky Way, and the object is the Lagoon Nebula is right here, is down here. So as I zoom in, it's blurry. You know, not the greatest shot, but this pink here that's the Lagoon Nebula. It's like rotated 90 to our field of view. But you can see it, like there's a lot of bright areas going on around it. So the trick with subtracting gradients here is it might subtract signal, which we don't want it to do. I think what I want to do is increase the gradient scale, and we'll run this. See how that works. See what it does. This was the point where I kind of messed up on the previous stream, was subtracting background gradients. I subtracted too much and didn't really realize it. And processing these images is very I don't know how to say it. It's very like step by step. And if you kind of mess up one step and don't realize it and you get to the end, it's like, oh crap, you have to start kind of all the way over. So that's kind of lame. So that's the background model that it subtracted. And I'm thinking that's not a very good, I think that it's overcorrecting. because I think there really should be bright areas here that maybe it's removing. So looking, you know, I don't know. Is that what I expect to see? Let's look at a before and after. Very little difference, honestly. That's before. That's after. Yeah, maybe it's... Yeah, there's not much there. Really didn't do much. Which is kind of what we want. It shouldn't do much. So, but there's a lot of blue in here, which means I'm kind of worried that it's subtracting detail from the core. But this is really bright, though. So maybe not much of an issue. Yeah. All right, well, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Next up is spectrophotometric color calibration. And I'll select my filter, which is the image sensor, which I don't have. It doesn't have the 7D Mark II, but it has the 5D Mark II, which is similar enough from what I can tell. And then we need a sample of background, which, you know, this is probably close enough. And then we grab that, hit OK, and then we run that. And that looks ugly, but that's normal, and gives me a graph, which I don't really know what that does. And we redo the stretch. And now the colors look right. I think that does look very good. We can remove the preview at this point. And yeah, we got pink here. That's hydrogen. And the blue stuff in the core is oxygen. That's what we expect to see. The Lagoon Nebula is a star-forming region in our galaxy, if you guys didn't know that. So these are like new stars being born. I think I do have some stacking artifacts down here that didn't get cropped out. So I'll go ahead and crop those now, which I will lose my astrometric solution, but I don't need it anymore. So I'm just going to zoom in and just get rid of these blue lines down here. Whoops. Scroll that. Whoops. Oh, crap. Let's start over. Okay. Hit OK. So yes. All right. Okay. Now is where we get to do the most fun step, the magic step, which is to blur exterminator. Blur exterminator to sharpen this image. And it also works particularly good on drizzled data, from what I understand. Drizzling is essentially upscaling. It's like fancy upscaling. I think it's upscaling that it takes advantage of the fact that we're stacking images. So because we're not upscaling a single image, because we're stacking, because we have a bunch of images, it can, like, I don't know, better accurately average the data because it's got a bunch of images for doing the upscaling. I'm probably murdering the explanation of that because I don't fully understand it myself. But then once you upscale it, and then you do a deconvolution routine, which is what Blur Exterminator is. Another tool that I don't understand how it works, but basically it makes it super sharp. So you basically get double the resolution for free because you've increased the resolution, which can make it less sharp. But then you do deconvolution, which sharpens it and then it ends up looking better. And it's just like once this finishes, like it just looks so fantastic. It takes an image that looks like it was drawn with children's crayons and turns it into a like a, I don't know, a science picture. You know, like a, yeah. So that's the before. And like, look at we're looking at like the details in these gas clouds here, and that's after. And the stars just get super small without ringing artifacts. Like, there's a little bit of artifacting going on in here, but it's quite subtle. Look how much smaller the stars get, and more rounded and defined. These ones that are blurry, that like don't even look like stars, now they look like stars. And these details will all get sharper as well soon. A little bit of ringing on some of these. I wonder if maybe I should play with oh yeah, there are settings here in Blur Exterminator that could potentially make this even better. I don't know if I really want to have like a star halo adjustment. Let's spend a little bit of time on that, since this image is so bad to begin with. Spending some time on optimization may be worthwhile. This is in the past, just running Blur Exterminator. I just run it, and it's like, oh, it's fine, default settings, whatever. So I made a small preview so this will run faster, and I'll just run it on the preview. I did notice a little bit of haloing, yeah, like this star right here. So it's kind of a darkish area. If I do before, after. So I wonder if adjust star halos, let's do 0.26 and see what that does. Does that make the halo worse or better? Or no change? Maybe it makes it larger. Let's go minus and then try it. Honestly, I don't think I see a difference either way on that. Just apply it again with the default. Yeah, it doesn't seem to really do much, does it? Okay. Well, we're trying to learn here. Let's see. Sharpen non-stellar. The amount to sharpen non-stellar image features. Technically, Blur Exterminator will attempt to reduce the size of the PSF, that's point spread function, of non-stellar images and non-stellar image features by up to the full diameter specified. In other words, setting this to 1. Oh, come on. I was reading the toolbox. Setting this to 1 means to attempt to reduce the point spread function to 0 size. An ideal point source, maximum possible, the actual amount. Yeah, no, okay. I don't know what that means. But let's try setting it to 1. So now it's gonna sharpen these the nebulosity here. Oh yeah, that's way sharper. Which we're gonna use Noise Exterminator also on, but yeah, before after. I've got automatic. PSF is point spread function. That's like the diameter of the stars. And I've got that set to automatic. There's a way you can measure them manually and enter a value in there. And that should be better. Should give you better results. But I can't remember how to do that. I think we'll go with this. I think automatic point spread function works fine for me. point spread function. I don't know if that's a good band name. Yeah, maybe. There we go. Blur exterminated. Don't need the preview window anymore. Just going to kind of look at what it's done to these features in here. There's the before and there's the after. There's stuff here that looks like it's totally overexposed, but look at this, some details come out there. It is a little bit overexposed. Actually, I think if I kill the... Yeah, so we do have the core here. Look at that, is a little overexposed. That's a bummer. That's clipping to white. But thanks to Blur Exterminator, it did recover some detail out of there, so that's cool. And just when you zoom out on this image, just everything looks really sharp and really interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in here. These bulbous, rounded mounds of gas. Okay, enough admiring that. Now we remove the stars. Looks like there's some people watching on YouTube. What's up, guys? Glad to have you here. I'm dual streaming YouTube and Twitch, by the way. I've added the chat on the stream down below, so hopefully you can see chat messages on both platforms. Most of my YouTube channel is... My shtick over there is Dave Build Stuff. It's about building things, building projects, 3D printing, design, engineering, manufacturing. But now I'm live streaming astrophotography. But, it's sort of related because I just have been building telescopes lately. And so I want to do some more Dave Build Stuff kind of related live streams coming up. Especially some CAD work. That's definitely an area where I am an expert. I'm definitely not an expert in astrophotography. But I am an expert in CAD design. So there's more value in maybe in a stream like that. This is me having fun and playing with astronomy because astronomy is awesome. And stars are gone. This is, I don't know, maybe this is an image that I would like a final processed image without the stars. Normally I don't. Normally I want stars. And now we'll run Noise Exterminator. And we'll see how much better this looks once the noise has been exterminated. And might have overdone it a bit with the sharpening, like over here. There's a lot of weird details. So this is, a lot of these are like artifacts from the coma stars, just kind of blurring of stars. So it's sharpening artifacts over here. So that's kind of ugly. But in the center, it's, I think, looking pretty amazing. So let's get a before and after. That's before, particularly the noise. I don't know how well that's going to come through on the stream, but quite noisy here before, and then after it's like what noise. And then we're looking at the detail and the sharpening in these features. That's the before, and that's the after. I think I'm not getting a whole lot more sharpening here because I already did it with the Blur Exterminator, which is fine. But I am thinking I don't like this over here, because this is sharpening artifacts. Well, once I add the stars back in, that'll be less noticeable, but I currently don't like it. So I think I'm gonna go back a few steps maybe here. Yeah, Blur Exterminator definitely did that. I will back it up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I can definitely see it now. Which doesn't show up as much when I zoom in. Maybe if I... yeah, so it's doing things like... You know, these should be dots. These should be stars. But when I undo it... Yeah, it's just so blurred over here. I think what I'm going to do is... I think I'm gonna do Blur Exterminator without, just with those default settings. I did the sharpen non-stellar on there. In fact, I may turn that all the way off. Let's just run it and see what we get. We may try to do a little bit of Blur Exterminating on different steps here too. There's also an option to correct only, which that may be what I want to do here. Just correct which I think I'll just correct the stars and leave all the non-stellar. Then subtract the stars and then work on sharpening the non-stellar. So I might try a couple of iterations of steps there to see what we get. So it's this area over here that I'm concerned about, and I think it did do kind of weird things. So I'm gonna try correct only. And while that's running, I'm gonna go to the toilet. All right. Let's see. Did that do what I wanted it to do? I'm back, by the way. Even though it says be right back. I'm back. This is a tricky area to work with. After, I think that did do better. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna okay, now we're gonna subtract the stars. Another process that takes a minute. Still hoping to get out this weekend or early next week to the desert for some proper dark sky astronomy action. It's going to be very cold. I can handle the cold. Well, to a certain temperature. I've been out in, close to freezing temperatures before. And, it's a thing. It's a thing. Okay, stars are subtracted. All right. And okay. I think we're making good progress over here. Still some kind of artifacts over here, but I think we're better. So now we have the stars removed. Now we'll come back to Blur Exterminator, and we'll crank Sharpen Non-Stellar up to 1 and run it again. So we've corrected the stars, subtracted the stars. Now we're going to Blur Exterminate the non-stellar, the nebulosity. So hopefully we're not deconvoluting and sharpening noise features, right? That's what we don't want to do. And it still may, but then we can do some other tricks where we can. I think that's perfect. Wow, that looks so cool. Man, it's just like bang, and it looks like, I don't know, you can just see this like wave of maybe it's a little bit over sharpened. When you zoom in, it looks over sharpened and maybe a little bit oddly textured, but when you zoom out, it looks like it's like flowing silk or something. I don't know. And over here we're good too. It didn't really do much at all. Let's see, that's the before. That's it. Yeah, it didn't really do anything. It sharpened this detail here, but that's a detail you want it to sharpen. So, wow, that looks really cool. Certainly to me, it looks like something that was, imaged with much more sophisticated equipment than what I had. Okay, now we run Noise Exterminator. And the noise is already like, well, it's decent, but it'll be better. Testament to, oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Testament to how incredibly great the sensor on the Canon 7D Mark II is. Noise has been exterminated. And we'll zoom in. I feel like this is teetering on. Yeah, definitely I'm a little bit on the overprocessed side now. This is looking kind of just like artificially too razor sharp. All right, I'm going to go, I'm going to redo the Noise Exterminator. I'm going to bring the detail way down because we already sharpened it with the Blur Exterminator step. How's everybody doing today? Everybody have good holidays? What are you up to today? Hopefully we're not working. Hopefully everybody has the next week off. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah, we don't want to overdo it. We can't really do too much. It's definitely a garbage in, garbage out kind of situation. But actually, hello, Miss Puffles. How are you? Thank you for using the new tools. I set those up last night. Those are fun. Yeah, so garbage in, garbage out usually is the case with astrophotography images and with a lot of things. But in this case, we've got like kind of garbage in, and these tools are amazing, and they're able to, garbage in decent out. So, yeah, we have sharpened image, and now it's time for stretching. And we use the histogram transformation. Messing with settings. All right, have fun. We're messing with old data again today. This is the Lagoon Nebula. M8. Messier 8. And now we're taking it into the nonlinear state, where we add the contrast. And it starts to look kind of ominous and dramatic there, doesn't it? I think it looks really great. Don't do too much with it. Yeah, okay. So now, I think similar to my processing on the Eagle Nebula, I want to play around a little bit in the core here, see if I can recover some of these details. Get a bit more contrast inside here. There's a few tricks for that. I think I will start with the script dark structure enhance. And we'll do a mount 0.5 and just run it. I've had some people sharing their astrophotography. Our friend Mazif. Check out this shot of the mini dumbbell nebula. This is a planetary nebula. Somewhat of a less well-known target. Planetary nebulae tend to be small and therefore difficult to image. So this is a really great shot of that. I didn't get details on what he used, but this was a big telescope. Okay, dark structure enhanced. So we just do a little before and after to see kind of what we get. Make sure it didn't really make anything bad. That's probably okay. Yeah. Now we'll do my my trick with the local histogram equalization. Where I'll start with selecting kind of the whole area. Select that. Make a range mask. And I'll put that down there. The red is masked areas. Everything that's not red is unmasked. And I'm hitting Control K to show and unshow the mask. So I want to mask off just the brighter areas because that's all I want to apply local histogram equalization to, and the default on that is always way too much, so I'll probably bring that down like 0.2. And this is it's subtle, but it gives you more contrast around sort of light and dark areas, so all these structures kind of just stand out a little bit, and that kind of gives sort of more of a sense of depth to the image, which is good, which is what we want to see. Oh, whoa. Well, in its time. Mr. Cat has made an appearance. Say hi, Cat. Mr. Cat decided she needs my lap. Yes, get comfortable. Get yourself situated there. How many cats you guys got? Local histogram equalization. So I do a little bit on the whole thing, and then I make a new mask. Get rid of that one, and I'm going to mask off just the super bright areas. So we just change the lower limit. We slide this up. Increase the heck out of that. Maybe like just the brightest of bright area, like down in there. It's this area where it's a little bit overexposed, unfortunately. This is an image that probably needs to be shot like an HDR image to get the detail in the core not to be overexposed. So now I'm masking off the majority of the image. And back to local histogram equalization. And this one I can turn this up a bit more. And Yeah, and then we just get, it kind of just darkens the whole core and just adds a lot of detail and structure that you couldn't see in there. This kind of gives it the effect of, similar effect of an HDR image. And we'll run that. Take a look at the before and after. It's subtle, but that's what you're going for. You know, it's like incremental improvements. You know, so yeah. Pretty good. Now this is the point where I start adding color. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call this M8. And then I'm going to make a clone. So now I have 2. And now we're going to play with the narrowband normalization. This is a plugin. So if you don't have it installed and you're looking for it, it won't be there. A lot of people do tutorials on PixInsight, and they're kind of frustrating because they're like, oh, and then I use this tool, and then I use the narrowband normalization tool. I'm like, cool. But then, like, they don't explain that, oh, it's a plugin. It's like, so if you're looking for it, it's not going to be there. Unless you have it installed. So, okay. Real-time preview. So we will play with the color palettes. That's HOO. Let's see, SHO is what I used on the on that Eagle Nebula. So maybe we'll do the same thing. And I right away I'm seeing this. I got red and I got green in the core, and that is looking very cool. We can try HSO. HOS, that's going to be not as good. Back to HOO, that gives you the yellow and blue. Those are nice, kind of nice contrast, but and this has different different modes. So we can try that mode. Oh, that's HOO. That's mode 3. Kind of an orange and blue looking. I think we'll go with the SHO, which is what I did on the other one. That way they're both, I can have them both in similar color palettes, right? And we apply it. Okay, so now I've got 2 different sort of color palettes. The sort of natural color palette. And this has a very like nice gradual transition from the red to the blue in here, but this gives you more. I think the red sort of orange to green gives you maybe some more contrast. Yeah, and that's kind of what you're looking for, because we're sort of trying to highlight the different gases in there, right, in the structure. So let's work with this one, and maybe the only thing I do now is just increase the saturation, and then I'm done, because it's looking pretty darn freaking good. So we'll go to saturation, and we'll just crank the saturation, and look at the color in the core there is just looking quite magnificent. I think I'm really liking that. Let's do it in a couple of stages. Rather than just blasting it all at once, we'll kind of take a more of a structured approach. I do want to make all these reds look kind of brighter, so I can push the red up, which will bring out more red, so I have more red, less green. I think that's kind of what I want. Maybe not quite so much. Or maybe if I bring the red up just in the darks or the midtones and save the brighter areas. The brighter areas are kind of the green, right? Yeah, so this makes all the red around the region. Just makes that all light up a bit more. Well, preserving a lot of the green in the core there. That's what we want, I think. And I'm kind of keeping my eye on what the background's looking like. I think the background's looking really good. That was what I had problems with the other image. Oh, you rub your face on the mic, Mr. Cat? Yes. Sometimes cats need scratches. Okay, and then let's see. Do I want to globally push the saturation? I think I want to try actually saturating the greens separately here, so we can kind of push the green up more than the red. This is an area of the processing that's, you know, kind of more of maybe an art form, and somebody who has more experience with, you know, like Photoshop kind of work, you know, maybe can do it, know more what they're doing here. I just kind of play around with the tools and look at it, and sometimes I get it to look like how I want it to look. I definitely like that. And the core looks kind of yellowish instead of blown out white, so that's cool. Maybe I can push a little bit more of the red, the yellow saturation into the yellows like that. Yeah, all right. And we'll apply that. That looks pretty cool. Now maybe just a little bit more global saturation, although now I'm going to get close to overdoing it in the core, but that's I think that's pretty good right there. Trying to find a good balance between too much saturation and not enough, and I think that's kind of fantastic. What's up, Space? How are you this morning? Oh, look at her put her chin down there. I'm sitting cross-legged over here, and so she's got herself scrunched up on my left thigh and her chin on the on the table. Oh God! Oh, camera's falling over here. So I think that's looking pretty fantastic. I'm pleased with that. Now we need to do the stars, and you're feeling a little bit ill, dude. I have been too. Like you got like a sore throat, a little bit of a sore throat going on. Like the last few nights, it's been kind of like in the evening, been kind of getting a little bit of a sore throat and just kind of not. I wanted to stream this morning. I wasn't sure if I should because yeah, I didn't know how this would go. I'm doing all right now, though. I'll take some ibuprofen later. That always makes me feel better. And the feeling is kind of like achy. I always feel achy when I'm sick. I get the aches and pains. So we use SETI Astro Star Stretch script. Yeah, no cough, super dry throat, and it's not like it's dry outside, right? It's like super like. I mean, by Southern California standards, it's a freaking monsoon out there. Space is my neighbor, guys. So if you didn't get that, and all right, stars are stretched, and I'm gonna rename those to S. Just gonna pop a quick S on here so we know it's filled with stars. And then we do pixel math to combine. Sorry, Mr. Cat, I have to type over your head. Combine M8 underscore clone, comma S, comma OP underscore screen. I did take that photo. years ago. This was in 2016. That is the Lagoon Nebula in the constellation Sagittarius. And I put the stars back in there, and I don't think it seems... No, I don't think the stars seem quite as sharp as what I've had before. I think I may have needed to do a bit more. Let me find my other image here. Yeah, those stars could be a lot sharper. I'm kind of comparing to yeah, compared to a previous image I had. So I don't know if I can do it here. Well, we'll just try it. Let's try running Blur Exterminator again on the stars itself. Haven't done this before. As I ran the Blur Exterminator with just correction only on. That may have been a mistake. Because it corrected the shapes but didn't shrink them, I think is maybe what's happening. So I've never tried to run it on a stars only image. I ran that when the stars were still in the image. So yeah, okay. I think that's gonna work. Yeah, they're shrunken now. So now we can go back and run the SETI Astro Star Stretch script. Execute that. Bro, Blur Exterminator is, yeah, it's no joke. It's the real deal. Yeah. I'm far from the only one to to say that. It's definitely worth it. Yeah. Did that play? What type of dog is this? I didn't hear it. Okay, now we got the stars back in. Now I think I'm happy-ish. Definitely some over-processing going on in the core there. Did that play and I just didn't hear it? Maybe it's not loud enough. Did you guys hear that?
What type of dog is this?
Yeah, it's just not very loud. I just don't have I just have it. It might just be my speakers, which is fine. Yeah, a little bit over processed maybe in the core, like I said, but yeah, partially that's I was starting with bad data, and so you get something that looks good, out of bad data, then can still be pretty satisfied with that. This was the my previous attempt, or maybe I should say my previous reattempt, which looks good too. So cool. What are you trying to figure out? Like your own personal settings on Twitch, or for your channel? Do you stream, Miss Puffles? I can't remember. If you stream or not. Yeah. I definitely love this green in here. It's a cool. Let's go ahead and add color to this one, and we'll have the we'll have kind of the two different takes on it. And this one though, this was the sort of standard colors, you'd say. Yeah, we're just gonna punch the saturation up in the blues. Kind of makes all this purple pop in here. That's cool though. That's really nice looking. On your camera. Gotcha. Yeah, now there's like kind of some deep purples coming out in there. Now we'll do curves, and I think we'll do like I did on that other one. I'll increase the red, but only the darker areas of red. Just a kind of a bit like that. That'll make all the faint HA signal kind of pop out a bit. And then increase the saturation on the whole thing globally. Oh, look at those colors. Oh, look at those purples and blues coming out. Those are some nice colors. Wow, look at that. Now it's like, that's a really lovely kind of deep purple in there, and then some like really nice teal blue, and then like orange in here. Gosh. Golly. There's a switch next to the mode wheel. Yeah, they tend to have those. Add the stars back in. 2 different color palettes. This one gives you kind of some more contrast, maybe sort of the red to the green. Maybe that's a little bit more Christmassy, holiday themed. This one is going to be natural. I like both of them. I don't know if I prefer one or the other. I think I like this one better. Which camera, Miss Puffles? So this was my previous attempt at processing that one. Pretty good. But I think this one's better. There's so much going on in here. There's this dark nebula here. Big dark nebula structure. These are like dark gas and dust clouds, like in the foreground. And so they're blocking light, which is why they look dark. And you can see hints of that. There's a little one here, and some over here, and stuff down here going on. And then these are like fingers or arms reaching up into here. Then we get in the core here, we just get the dust the gas is just kind of getting blown away and blown apart and ripped apart by these really energetic stars in the core here. These are all going to be new stars that are, going to burn bright and hot and fast. And so they're causing immense stellar winds, which is like blowing a hole. This whole thing is like a hole in a cloud. These stars in the core here have formed, condensed from the gas in the region, and then they're blasting solar wind, solar radiation, just blowing a hole. So they're both absorbing the material, or have absorbed the material, the hydrogen gas to form the stars, and then their radiation is blowing it out. So that's why what we're seeing is like a big scoop, a big hunk, a big cavern in an even larger cloud of hydrogen gas. And most of that gas is dark. You can't see it, but we see it in this area because it's emitting light. The radiation from the stars in the core is energizing that gas, and that's causing it to glow in the pink or in the blue in the case of oxygen. The pink is hydrogen, the blue is oxygen. Nikon D3100. Live view really drains the battery. Well, yeah, sure, because you've got, you got the sensor and you've got the screen on, right? So, yeah, those two things are going to, and the camera's CPU has got to be crunching the numbers on that. So, When you were in high school chemistry, we used to fill balloons with hydrogen and then pop them with a lighter. A little Hindenburg experiment, huh? The Hindenburg uncertainty principle? The Hindenburg certainty principle. So, yeah, they're both great. I think the colors on this one I think I just like better, but I'm really happy with the background. Yeah. Well, that's sometimes you get them right. I think I got that one right. I think that's about what I can do with that. I really wish I could shoot this again with the same gear. Is there a reason to use autofocus if your lens have manual focus? Well, you can't autofocus if your lens is manual focus, right? Threw pure sodium into water. That like makes an explosion, doesn't it? I think. It's been a while since I've had high school chemistry. Back when you could go do cool stuff in high school. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what things are like in school now. I don't know if they're able to not do that stuff or what. But I'm happy with these. I'm gonna save them and I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna do something else. Any requests? Any requests? Let's see. I'm gonna save this as M8, and this is HSO, and today's date is 12/27/24. Yes. Okie dokie. Oh, so if I set the camera to autofocus but use manual focus on my lens, the autofocus setting has no effect. I assume so. You're talking about using a manual focus lens, right? So the autofocus, it won't do anything. Yeah, it's. You still probably have you still probably have. You might have focus, focus guides, like what do they call it? So I've got my Panasonic GH4, and this is a manual focus lens. This is like a cinema lens. So it's only manual focus and manual aperture. And it has gears on the focus teeth, so you can put like a follow focus on there. So this has this camera has, in your camera, if it has live view, it probably has the same feature where it'll show you what's in focus with, I don't know what they call it on here. I think they call it focus peaking or something. You'll see like green. I don't know if that'll come through on the webcam. It probably won't. This is because the camera won't. Yeah. It's hard to. It won't come through on the camera, but the edges of objects when they come into focus will glow green on this camera. And so that's how you can know that you're in focus. Focus peaking, yeah, thanks. So look for a feature on your camera called focus peaking. But it only works on objects with sharp lines, a lot of contrast. So if you're trying to focus on like fluffy clouds, you might not see any peaking because you don't have like fine lines. It's looking for fine edges. So D31 doesn't have focus peaking. Focus speaking. Your camera is now in focus. Your camera is now out of focus. You guarantee it doesn't have. That's super lame. What? It has a live view, but it doesn't have focus peaking? Is that like a Nikon thing? Or a lack of a thing on Nikon? All right, let's save this guy. Astropix. Do you guys save low base guy when you're like when you finish working on an image? Like what image do you or what format do you save it in? Do you just save JPEGs of like your final image, or do you save like TIFFs or something like that? D3100 came out 14 years ago. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of old, but even still, like, I mean, if it has a live view, because like DSLRs, like the history of DSLRs, like the Canon 5D Mark II was the first DSLR, or there was a Nikon D7 or something like that had, oh, you do both formats, cool. So they had like, you know, we didn't have live view and video shooting on DSLRs until this was like 2009, right? The 5D Mark II. So I guess like the very first early, the 5D Mark II doesn't have live view? Live view in the eyepiece. And the viewfinder. Doesn't the 5D Mark II have live view? Oh, maybe it does. Oh, I think you're right. It didn't. You had to plug in a monitor to it. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, so maybe the D3100 is just kind of that that generation. Yeah. Donald does TIFF and JPEGs. Got you. I'm just saving these as JPEGs, so I don't. Maybe you guys will cringe. And you make projects with PixInsight. I should do that. I don't. Then I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, I really wish I could re-edit that, and then I have to start over again. So I need to get in the habit of that. What's up, Jeff? The Z series, including the Z8 and Z7, have focus peaking. The D850 and 780 and D6 also have focus peaking. Are those all Nikons? The Z series and the D series? I'm not familiar at all with the Nikon. I'm not really familiar at all with any camera. I haven't been shopping for DSLRs or stills cameras in many years. So I'm definitely way behind on that. Yeah. So Jeff, we're processing astrophotography images, and we just finished up on the Lagoon Nebula. This is old data. I shot this back in 2016 with my Canon 7D Mark II. 7D, not 70. That's a tough one to. So I think there is a 70D also. All modern mirrorless cameras have focus peaking. I would expect that. You just started doing project last month. Yeah. I've done that on some when I was like I started one on my desktop and then I was gonna work on it on my laptop. I was like going away for a few days, so I saved the project. That's a lot of data to save, which I mean, storage is cheap, right? So I don't know why I care about that. But anyways. So that's the Lagoon Nebula. Maybe we should work on the Trifid. The Trifid and the Swan. Maybe we'll do them all. I call them the big four. There's 4 emission nebula star-forming regions in and around the Sagittarius constellation that are brilliant. Donald wants me to get a NAS. I don't have a NAS, but I do have a BAS, a big ass hard drive. I just upgraded to a 12 terabyte hard drive. Used to have for storage. So yeah, I'm good on storage. I don't think I have a need for a NAS because I don't like have typically have multiple computers that I need to move data around between. I mean, it would be fun just to. It would be fun to like put that together, just to like, because I like building computers and stuff, right? So that would be cool. Jeff's on Sony's these days, huh? Ah, yeah. And ZWOs for Astro, yeah, for sure. Sony really like kind of came out of nowhere, didn't they? With the, I think it was the A7 series back in like probably like 2014 or 2013. The Sony A7 series mirrorless cameras. Yeah. Until I lose the drive. Yeah. Then I'll wish I had a NAS. You know, fingers crossed, right? So let's see. I'm looking for. Let's play with the Trifid. Miss Puffles loves Sony. Yeah, there are stills cameras. I've played with a couple of. I can't remember which one. This was many years ago. The A7S, I think. Sony made the best TVs. Yeah. Do I have a Sony TV? I think mine's a Sony TV. A7 III started it for Sony, yeah. Was that the full frame one? I think they had a full frame one and they had a crop sensor one. But they really started the like mirrorless, like full frame DSLR thing, and then like everyone was playing catch up. You know, Canon was like 5 years later or something, I think. Let's see. Everything I do is backed up locally. Yeah, direct. Oh. Wow. I'm pretty lame about backup. I do have well, I'll show you my backup. My backup is currently the 5 terabyte hard drive that used to be in my computer. I upgraded it to a 12, and now this one is backup. It's just sitting out here, so not the best. My really important data is on Google Drive, so that, you know, offsite backup on that. So yeah, anyways, next image is the Trifid Nebula. This is one of my favorites that I've shot. Another of the big four that I call it in this region. Absolutely beautiful. We've got hydrogen, we've got oxygen. Kind of a smaller target, but there's this beautiful star field clusters, and yeah. So, and then there's kind of some cool dark nebula shapes, and so this one this was also reprocessed recently, but we're gonna reprocess it again, and maybe play with the colors a little bit, and we'll see what we get. But we need to stack it. We'll restack it. I've been restacking my reprocesses, and that maybe makes them better. I'm not sure. Amazon Prime has free unlimited photo storage. It accepts RAW files but not fit images. Well, that kind of doesn't help then. That kind of doesn't help. Scripts, weighted batch pre-processing. Bezos can eat it. Yeah, I mean, I am absolutely, on board with Amazon Prime. I love my Prime. That's definitely worth it to me because I order a lot of stuff. I also have the Amazon Prime credit card, so you get like 5% cash back on Amazon Prime stuff. So it's like every month I've got like between $50 and $100 of like Amazon store credit because I buy so much from Amazon. Depends on how many, what kind of projects I'm working on. Let's see. Details. We're looking for my raw files. Here they are for M20, the Trifid Nebula. Which, wow, I only have. Man, I used to not. It's like, gosh, I don't have that much data on here. I mean, it still looks great for what it is, but only 20 exposures. That's crazy. Now I'm shooting like hundreds. M20. OpenDrive doesn't have the best user interface, but it's unlimited secure cloud storage for only $100 a year. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay, output directory, calibrate, post calibration. We're gonna 2 times drizzle it, and only an hour and 40 minutes of integration time on this. So we'll let this run. We will run. And while that's running, let me go. I'm gonna go visit the toilet, and I'll run the Twitch ad, the 30-second Twitch ad. While I'm doing that, I'll be right back. Okay, so that is processing in the background. And James, what files come out of your cameras? Well, for the astrophotography, it's gonna be fit files. So that's like the main thing. These images that I'm processing now were shot with my Canon 7D Mark II back many years ago. So those are CR2, Canon's native RAW format. So those, yeah, I could back up to that, but yeah. No, I feel you. Yeah, fit files are what fit file is. I think a .fit is it's like an astronomy specific file format. I think it's kind of from what I understand, it's kind of an older like a legacy format, but we still use it. I don't know. I know the fit file has the metadata in the fit file has space for like metadata related specifically to astronomy, like the coordinates in the sky where you're imaging and your image scale, stuff like that. So for astrophotography, that's why we use fits. Otherwise, I think it's just like a standard like container for a raw file, like a DNG or something like that. So it's like a standard raw file plus metadata specific to astronomy, from what I understand. Far from an expert on that. I just know I get a .fit file and I put it in the things and the thing does the thing and then I get my thing. So we're integrating the Trifid Nebula, which I already have. I already have that stacked and integrated, but redoing the stack because so I could do a drizzle integration, which doubles the resolution, and that'll kind of give us more room to play with the processing, make it look a little bit sharper, a little bit better, maybe, and so that'll be good. The Trifid Nebula is also one of those that is cool to view in a telescope with your eye. It's a bit tricky. It's a bit faint. It's not the brightest target to see, but it is very cool. It is very, very cool. That's M20. Let's see. Did I have that open still? Yeah, there it is. So, yeah. So this is I reprocessed this like last month. Again, this is also data from 2016, and this was shot from the mountains. This was shot from Grand View, up in the mountains in the desert, very dark skies. One of my favorite places in the world. And only an hour and 40 minutes. The stuff I've been imaging from my balcony out here in the light pollution I've been needing, seems like I need 8 hours minimum before I start getting, pretty nice looking images. And I'm not sure if that's because of the light pollution or just the fact that I have a small image sensor camera. So my new camera that I'm using is much smaller image sensor than what I shot these images with. So, is it a combination of like small camera, light pollution, lack of dark skies? I don't know. Certainly the Canon 7D Mark II's image sensor is going to be much more sensitive than my new astronomy camera. 8 hours exposure time, yeah, like at least, yeah. Donald, yeah, no, I'm in Southern California, so this is like Bortle 9 here, right? Like it's like, and on top of that, I'm in an apartment complex, so there's like bright lights, in the parking lot and on the sides of the buildings. So it's like kind of couldn't get any worse, unless there was like a spotlight on me or something. Yeah, the dark sky sites are out in the desert, so I got to travel for that, but not too far. The Grandview campground where I shot this was, it's like a 5-hour drive. It's definitely worth going up there. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it's such a beautiful place. M20. Yeah, so Miss Puffles, these are like, this is, all these objects are, these are faint. The light is very dim. And many thousands of light years away. I don't know how far away this stuff is. I could Google that. So it takes a long time for those photons to reach you. What's up, Luffy? Chuck's Astrophotography Live. I have not, from his dedicated astro site with 8-inch RASA. 1 minute subs look like 2 hours of data. Yeah, and the RAS, yeah. So a RAS. So these were, yeah, these were also 8-inch. So that's the other thing too. Yeah, I mean, the difference in integration time. So, these old data images, I was using an 8-inch telescope, so a much larger light bucket, and a larger image sensor. So yeah, it's going to take less integration time, sure. But this is just kind of my first personal experience with that. Now I'm in the light pollution with a small image sensor and a smaller aperture. So it takes more time to get the amount of data. That's how it should be. And so we're trying to get 4.09. So we're trying to get the astrometric solution to work here. I was kind of having issues with that. Donald has a RASA 11. Dang. Jelly, jelly, jelly. Closest Portal 3 is about 35 miles away. Oh, that's not too far to go. Cool. I will have to check that out. Thank you for the suggestion, Lofi. How much did your camera and lens cost you? Miss Puffles, let's see. Let me find a picture of the rig that I shot these images with. I have it, where is that? Here it is. So this is the rig. This is my old rig. I don't have this gear anymore, unfortunately. So all together here, maybe it's like somewhere around $6,000, $6,000. That's a lot of money, but as astronomy gear goes, it's probably kind of low end. There's really no limit to. This is kind of a medium boy rig, honestly. With astronomy, there's really no upper limit. Like there's literally nowadays there's smart telescopes, which are cool. They're like $500. Actually, I think that there's a new one's like $350 that can do amazing images for what they are. But there's no upper limit. It's like in everything in between, right? There's $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $5 billion, right? You can build a space telescope, right? There's really no upper limit to what you can spend on astronomy gear. So, yeah, there's a lot of kind of like, what's the best bang for your buck? Plane wave. Yeah, let me get one of those plane wave 1 meter telescopes in my on my balcony right here, right? That would be crazy. Oh, cool. You have a Sea Star, Donald? What do you think of it? And James just ordered one. I think if I was going to get a smart telescope, I would get the one. I can't remember which one it is. I can't remember the names of it, but there's one that you can set it up in an equatorial mode. So to me, that would be the much more optimal situation. Yeah, my rig was 1K, which I think is about 100 USD. Oh, gotcha. NOK. What currency is that? Yeah, for $500 what those smart telescopes do, it's incredible, dude. Yeah. Like if you'd have shown me that thing, like 8 years ago when this was my rig, I'd have been like, there's no way, that can't do anything. That's garbage. And then now you look at what they're able to do from just like pushing a couple buttons and it automatically aligns and everything. It's like, okay. Those things are pretty amazing. Oh, we are still integrating over here. Norwegian. Ah, gotcha. I think you mentioned you're from Norway. Cool. Right on. Right on. So that was my old rig. Cool. And we are completed. My new rig. Yes, we can delete that cache. My new rig is smaller and more. I don't really have a great picture of it. My new rig is much more compact and quite a bit cheaper. So, yeah. I have heard of people setting sea stars in equatorial, but not officially supported. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. You got the Eclipse with it? Awesome. Very awesome. Okay, we have a a calibrated image. Or a stacked image. Yeah, that's the Rokinon 135. Yep. Yeah, pretty great little lens. Pretty great lens. For the price, it's amazing. Luffy's first setup Astro Track. Wow. 2-minute unguided subs. I've never been able to get anything good unguided. So, that's the Trifid Nebula. And we got the cat. We got the cat. She found her way back up here. Say hi, Mr. Cat. Sorry, I gotta point the light in your eye. So, I always gotta think what's the first process step again? Yes, we do these new tools that I'm getting used to using. Spectrophotometric flux calibration. We'll subtract background gradients. But again, like on the last image, there's just not a lot of background gradient on here. And this is partially because there's a field full of light everywhere. But also, this was shot from a dark sky site, so there wouldn't be much sky glow. Maybe there's a bit of gradient. But we'll run the calibration. Let's give it up for the cat. Yeah, she deserves it. She's been a good cat. Very good cat. Celestron Rasa 11 V2 CGX mounted. Yeah. And you've got that in an observatory dome, right? Right, Donald? QHY 268C. Very cool. Yeah, those Rasas seem like real good solutions for imaging. How do you find, do the Rasas have, like what level of collimation and stuff do you have to do on those? Do they hold collimation? Do they even have a secondary mirror? Because they're kind of like a Newtonian, but with a, right? Or they're like a, what do you call it? They're like a Cassegrain, right? Like a Schmidt Cassegrain, but without instead of a secondary mirror, you just put isn't that what a Schmidt Cassegrain is? You just take out the secondary mirror and you run that in Hyperstar mode, they call it, I think. So you get like half the focal length, but twice the speed, twice the ratio. Spectrophotometric color flux calibration has failed me. I think we lower the minimum detected signal to noise ratio to 10. Then we try it. I kind of asked about the collimation issue because I've been drawn. My previous rig in astrophotography that I shot these with was a Newtonian, and so you had to do collimation, which isn't too hard. It's not that big of a deal, but it is a thing. And like with all this stuff, you have to set up and configure and calibrate and get working right with astrophotography. You know, it's one more thing to have to do. And if you kind of forget or you have issues with it, then your images are ruined. And it's not something you can just, do. You don't mess with it. Okay, cool. So anyways, that was kind of a long-winded of getting around to saying that I'm drawn to kind of only interested in imaging with refractors now. So, hey, we appreciate you being here, Luffy. Cool, man. I'm not sure how long I'll be on, but it's getting... Well, I got a little ways to go till lunchtime, and I ate some breakfast this morning, so I learned a lesson the other day to not do a stream on an empty stomach. So now we will do multi-scale gradient correction, and I think I know I need to increase the gradient scale, and I'll increase the smoothness also. So, you don't have to, if you don't move it around, gotcha. Cool. Well, and I know those things are specifically made for imaging, right? So, you know, I imagine they're, you know, built well and sturdy enough that you don't need to expect, you don't expect a lot of collimation issues. So, versus a Newtonian, you know, I guess unless it's a specific imaging Newtonian, you know, those are kind of maybe less sturdy. Particularly, you've got, you know, the camera hanging off the end of the tube, so there can be flex and twisting, and yeah. Anyways, that's kind of a whole nother thing to talk about. So we're trying the multi-scale gradient correction tool, and this one worked pretty well on the last image, so we're going to try it again here. The trick is to not subtract out too much background, and looks like, so we got a nice, really smooth gradual gradient model that it pulled out. So it's heavy, huh? That looks good. Let's see before and then after. 43 pounds. Well, it's an 11-inch mirror too, right? That's a pretty big mirror. Yeah, so you need a pretty freaking chongus mount for that. So that's the before, and that's the after. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's flatter. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's the new tool, the multi-scale gradient correction. Hey, appreciate you being here, Donald. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, would love to hear more about your rig. Check out the Discord server if you want to post some images in there. I'd love to see what you're getting with that stuff. Let me. I have to go like find the. Oh, I just posted it in. Here we go. The link to the Discord server. I'll paste that in the YouTube chat. Yeah, I don't think the chat bot's working over there. Doesn't really do its thing, but anyways, thanks for being here, buddy. Okay, so that has been gradient removed. Now we will color calibrate it. Spectrophotometric color calibration. I just want to use the tools that have, you know, cool names. And, you know, spectrophotometric. Make a preview. And we select the preview. Hit OK. And then run that. Okay, gives you a graph. Don't know what it means. Don't care. I mean, I care, but I don't care. Colors calibrated. Don't need the preview. Looks pretty good. Now I think I'll do. Yeah, so now is the point when I do blur exterminator, but I've learned a lesson on the last image to do it in several steps. So I'm going to start with just correct only. And this will make all the stars round. So it'll correct all the coma stars in here. And then we'll do the sharpening. And the reason I'm doing that is because in the last time it sharpened some artifacts. Let's see, it gets this weird pattern. We don't want that. Especially in the corners of the images where I had a lot of coma. Have. So zoom in over here and take a look. And this tool is absolutely incredible. Check out the before. Like, these stars are just totally streaked. They look like little comets. And then after, now they're round. So that's cool. Oh, actually, I wanted to crop this image. I forgot. Yeah, all these images are... the auto cropping feature is missing some stacking artifacts on the bottom down here. There's these blue lines. So we want to just crop those out. And I don't do that right away because when you do that, you lose your astrometric solution, but I don't need it now, so we're good. Okay. So now we'll correct only blur exterminate it. Okay. Now my star shapes have been corrected. So the last time I did this, I removed them. But I think now, let's just try doing it in one step here. I'm going to increase the sharpen non-stellar to 0.85. So this image has also been 2 times drizzled, so it's super high resolution. And thankfully I have the NVIDIA RTX 4090 here to crank out these work on these RC Astro tools. Use GPU acceleration, which is awesome. So without that, these would be probably take forever. It already takes kind of a long time. So now we're looking, did that create weird patterns? And honestly, maybe it did. Yeah. Some of the stars, it's like sharpened some weird stuff in here. Yeah. When I zoom out, I can see there's a weird pattern to the star field. I don't like that. So I think I'm going to do, I'm going to undo that. And I think I'm going to remove the stars and then I'll do the sharpening. So I use Star Exterminator for that. Again, that 4090 is doing some work. Just let that run. There we go, stars removed. Okay, now with the stars removed, now we will run Blur Exterminator to sharpen. And this is another object that looks pretty incredible without the stars. I was talking about maybe saving starless images of the last object I was working on, the Lagoon Nebula, but I don't know, I never do. I always end up putting the stars back in. Oh, sorry, cat. Holy smokes, did that get sharp. Wow, that's cool. Wow. Definitely too much, I think. I think I'm going to back that off. But check out what that did. Yeah, that's too much. Too much. We'll bring sharpened non-stellar down to maybe 6.5, 0.65. Run it like that. And I always feel bad, and my cat sits on my lap, and she gets all cozy, but I can't sit like in one, position for too long. I always got to like move around and stuff, or, cross my legs or uncross my legs. And then the cat has to, I'm sorry, cat. Okay, maybe we'll go with that. The pattern in this blue area is it's just really incredible here. Very, very cool object. Okay, blur exterminated. Stars have been exterminated. I'm just going to rename that to S real quick. And hide that. Now we noise exterminate it. And we don't need much detail on it because we already did the detail, but now we'll run the noise exterminator. Noise exterminated. Image is looking pretty incredible. Just like to look at it before and after to see what it did to the noise and to the details. Pretty good. Pretty great. Okay, now it's time to nonlinear stretch. Histogram transformation. Apply that. And then bring the darks up. Or the darks down, I guess. And we sort of see our objects start to just kind of pop out here. And tricky to not crush too much of the background, because we definitely want, there should be some background in there. We'll start with that. Pretty good. I wonder if we're kind of losing a lot of detail or background here. It's kind of what it's looking like compared to my previous image. But maybe here I just didn't. Maybe I should have crushed the background more. I don't know. We can look at that wide field Milky Way shot as kind of a reference here. So here's the Milky Way, and this object is that little pink, and you can kind of see a little bit of blue. The blue, that's the object we're looking at right there. So there definitely is some bright orangish glowy areas around there, which so I'm just wondering, did we subtract that out, right? In this version of the image, it's definitely there, but maybe it's a bit too much. I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky to know what you have and what you want. So, and this isn't yellow. This is like blues and reds. So, well, maybe that yellow will come back in with the stars. There's a lot of these, yellow-looking stars here. So, maybe where that's a lot of that color is coming from. So maybe that's good. I think we'll just keep pushing forward with this, and then see where we get with it. So the next step is to dark structure enhance script. We'll go 0.5 and we'll run that. Okay, that's done. My dark structures have been made darker. But was that too much? It looks cool. It definitely looks cool. I think we'll go with that. I've played with that script a little bit, and on some objects, it's just like crushed these areas, and they just get totally black, which is not what you want. And here, it's kind of borderline doing that here, but maybe that's not too bad. Yeah, no, I think that's okay. So next is we can bring out the core a little bit with my local histogram equalization, but we'll just do, we need to make a mask, a range selection mask, and I'm just gonna select just gonna do it just on the really bright areas here. So we make a mask, apply the mask, hide the mask, local histogram equalization, and see what we have here. Now, almost never do I go with the maximum value on this tool, but I don't, this time I maybe kind of like that. There's a lot of detail in the bright core here that just comes out. But yeah, we always back it off a little bit, at least. This makes everything look more richly textured. So that's cool. We'll apply that. Welcome to the Discord, Spectra Ghost. It was a few minutes ago. I'm gonna miss that. Okay. Looks good. Don't need the mask anymore. That's good. Now, like, do I want to play with different color palettes on this? I mean, I might as well. I'm here, right? And I did that on the, you know, I did that on those other images. So my other previous two. So I'll make a clone, and we will make that bigger. Script, or no, sorry, processes, narrowband normalization, and we'll see what we get out of that. So. The SHO palette ends up looking almost the same. It kind of just changes that blue to a bit greenish. This is a bit of a different kind of image also. Just try different types of colors, palettes here. That's HOO. But SHO is what we were doing on the other ones. So, well, I guess we'll do it since we did it on the other ones. We'll do them all in the same, you know, color palette. Then we can put them all side by side. It does seem to give a little bit more contrast. Give a before and after. Yeah. Pretty nice. So now we start playing with curves and other color features to bring out the colors here. Oops, need the preview on. So let's see. I think I want to push the red just in the bright regions now, actually. Yeah, that kind of makes the core. Yeah, it really makes that core, that really brings out the red in that core like that. That's cool. I like that. reset it. And now we'll just start pushing saturation in. So I think, okay, this one's a little bit tricky because I don't want to saturate this background too much. Whoops. Reset. So I'll just apply like global saturation. I guess I can do, well, I can do a curve with it, and I can kind of bring the dark saturation down a bit. So I'm pushing saturation just kind of only into the lighter parts of the image for now. No, that's not having much an effect because most of the pixels are in. Whoops. Whoa, that's wild looking. I might also make a mask, actually. And actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and saturate the blues separately with the color saturation tool. And we can define a curve. Where we just push saturation into the blues. Kind of the blues and the greens. Get that whole full bit of color. Oh, I really like that. But I'm going to go a little bit conservative with it. I'm going to bring it down a bit because it's going to push more saturation into the whole thing globally. So I just wanted to bring the sort of the blue saturation up relative to the pink. Okay, that's cool. Now I'm going to do a luminance mask. So now I want to saturate the mid tones and the bright areas, but not the dim areas. So I think what I can do is, so I have a luminance mask. Then I'll go to my curves on the luminance mask, and I'm gonna darken the bring the dark areas down. So I'm just, so now I'm saturating, gonna add more saturation to the lighter areas. So there, that'll be my mask. And Control K to hide the mask. Then bring up the preview, and then I will bring the saturation up. So now I'm saturating the brighter areas more than the darker areas, which has a bit of a subtle effect. Okay, now we'll remove the mask. And now I'll apply global saturation, which will saturate the dark stuff, but less than the brighter stuff. And I think maybe I'll even give a little bit of a curve to it, so I don't really push that. I want to be real careful I don't push this up too much. There's a lot of blue back here. This is from the narrowband stuff, blue background, which I don't really like. But I really like what we've got in there, in the nebula itself. So take a look at that.
That I love. I absolutely love.
let's put the stars back in. I think I'm gonna want to try to remove this blue in the background here. I don't think that should be there. I don't really like that. But I'm gonna put the stars back in, and then we'll look at it again. So script, steady astro, and star stretch. I do an amount 3 on these ones, and I hit execute. Okay, stars are, whoops, stars are stretched. Pixel math, combine, M20 clone, comma S, comma OP underscore screen. So there we go. Stars are back in. They don't look, did I forget to sharpen the stars? I think I forgot a step. Let me look at my reference image. Yeah. All right, hold on. Hold on. Put the stars back to where they were. Forgot to run. I thought I did run Blur Exterminator on the stars. Well, we'll just run it again. Image blend to add the stars back in? No, I have not. Is that what you use, or is that a different tool? Is image blend a pixel math like command, or is that like another another independent tool? All right, so I've run Blur Exterminator again on the stars. Yeah, now I think they look like what I need them to, what I want them to look like. SETI Astro, star stretch, stretch amount 3, execute. Yeah, it works good, does it? Okay. Is that just a process in here? Image blend, a tool. Groovy. Image calibration, image identifier, image integration. Must be a plugin tool or something, huh? Oh, it just closed. Dang it. Closed Pixel Math. Wait. What the heck? Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Where'd my Pixel Math go? Crap. I like accidentally right-clicked on it, and then it like. Yeah, so it's like a plugin. I gotcha. Oh, I did something. I screwed something up here. Dang it. What did I do? Pixel Math. Why is that not opening? I like went to double click on it, and like I accidentally like double right clicked on it or something, and now it won't. What is going? Something weird happened. Oh no. Crap. Not seen that happen before. Whoops. Oh, something weird happened with the PixInsight. Oh, something. Oh, I broke PixInsight. Now I can't click on stuff. I can't click on that. Acting very strange. That was weird. That is weird. Well, let's try and save the project and reopen. That's very strange. Like went to, oh whoa, now it shows up. That's weird. Yeah, it's acting very strange. Normally PixInsight's super stable. Now that I've, like, this is like the first time that I've had a weird bug with the interface. Has made me realize that, like, I don't think I've really ever seen PixInsight have bugs or stability issues or crashing or anything. And so maybe it's not a bug or anything. Maybe I just did something, like I right-clicked and I selected a feature that I didn't realize was there or something. So definitely a possibility that was a Dave issue. It's been known to happen. It's taken a really long time to save this project too. Okay, so Pixel Math came back to life, sort of, but I still can't drag on the. All right, we're just gonna close in. I think I'm on 1.9. Did they release an update? Because yeah, I just installed 1.9. Yeah, 1.9. Maybe we should check and see if there's updates. There are no new updates. Huh. Alright, we'll load my project file up here. Few days ago. Interesting, it doesn't show up in the update. So is it like a standalone installer? All right, we're reloading the project here. Hopefully this undoes whatever is messed up there. It takes a really long time to load these. Oh, maybe 1.9.1 is just maybe that's just a Mac version. Okay, it looks like we're back. Okay, back to life. All right, maybe I did just find a bug there. Interesting. Let me get this one going. Then I want to try that that plugin that Jeff was mentioning for combining the stars back in, because I mean, pixel math is great, but it's kind of annoying to have to type this out every time. And whatever that plugin is doing, it's probably doing the same thing, but just sort of automating it so that you don't have to type that out. That's cool. I feel like I'm losing a lot of the blue. Is that the case? I'll love it. Okay. Kind of. So I kind of got just like a couple of different takes here, and I don't think there's really a wrong answer. This was my previous one. Maybe this is kind of, I don't know, maybe I feel like I want to say this is like cartoonish or something like that. Like there's too much brightness going on in the star field. Yeah. And then this, I feel like this is more natural, dare I say. There is this blue cast down here in the background, which is actually kind of not too bad because there's this cluster of blue stars here, right? So that's gonna cause like a lot of blue kind of glow around there, right? So that's maybe not too bad. You can use pixel math and create an icon so you don't have to keep typing the formula out. But how do you do that? Because every image is a different identifier, right? So that's you need like variables or something in there, and there's probably a pixel math trick to that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I have an icon, but it's just like a generic, just to load the tool. But because you have to type the name. The expression has the name of the identifier in that. So how do you do that if you don't? Right, because every image that I load is going to have a different identifier. So, or I guess I could just change my identifiers and make them all the same. I suppose. You just, because that's pretty quick. You just double click it, and I end up changing them anyways. So maybe I'll do that. I'm going to process this one. I don't know. Well, I don't know. What do you guys think? They both look great. Let me load that one into here. We can try to do like a side by side. M20 Trifid Nebula. So we're kind of just trying to do a side-by-side comparison here. And what's the preference here? I feel like I kind of lost some detail in this upper area. Although this image is my new version is sharper. Much sharper. I like the colors. But the blue is definitely not as strong, right? Look at how maybe this is more natural, that sort of natural word. It's kind of a weird. Yeah, this has a lot more kind of, the new one has a lot more, I want to say depth. It just kind of seems more, yeah, I more realistic, more natural-ish. This just kind of looks like bright blue around there. So, yeah. Well, it's fun to get different results, right? So maybe I can play with the curves on this one a bit, because I do feel like I'm losing something in there. So I'm gonna take the stars out, and I'm gonna play, like, see if I can kind of bring bring that up again. Jeff likes the one on the right. Like maybe just a little bit like that. Yeah, it's tricky because I'm stars don't overpower the nebula. It's always a tricky trying to get that balance, right? And that's one thing that I was always struggling with my DSLR and Newtonian that I shot this with. Is the stars would end up really, really large and overpower the nebula. And now that I have tools like Blur Exterminator, Star Exterminator, you can really play with that more. So yeah, this is tricky because I'm like, I want to bring this out without bringing this stuff out. All right, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try cheating here. Gonna try SETI Astro's fame script with image blend. You mean with image blend you can control the stars? How the stars overpower. So I'm gonna try shift and click to draw. Around here. I feel like this is kind of cheating, but that's all right. Let me start over. Yeah, cool. I think I've got good control on that now, Jeff. With my by processing the stars separately, but maybe there's some other stuff in there that other tools in there that can help. If anything, just having more, there's never anything wrong with having more, tools in your toolbox, right? And definitely there's cases where some images, it can, some images work really great, and then some you need some other tools work better. So, yeah. A slider for opacity for the stars. Oh, cool. Thank you for the follow. M2K2NI. What's up, brother? Thank you or sister. Person. Thank you for being here. All right, so we're gonna try. This may be really, really ugly, but we made a mask, and we're gonna try just bringing up the brightness of this area that I have masked off. Yes, welcome. Glad to have you here. So this may work, but I need it to be okay. This may do what I want it to do, but I need a way softer mask. Let's go back in here. Script SETI Astro fame. M2K, what's going on? What's going on with you, brother? Are you a fellow astrophotographer, astronomer? We are processing old data today. Astrophotography images that I shot quite a while ago. I'm going to do 75 on the blur on that one. I want this to be quite blurry. Very soft mask. Because I have very soft details that I'm trying to very subtly bring out here. Tried it a few, but nothing amazing. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's definitely the type of thing that it's a thing. It takes a lot takes a lot of time and patience and effort to get something amazing. But it is something that you can do. Okay, now I think we're getting at what I wanted to get at here. Okay, so, but I think I just want to bring up the dark areas. Something like that. Maybe not. Yeah, this is really delicate. Like just kind of maybe a bit more. I don't want to bring that. I don't want to make the core. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Maybe I can go a little more. Yeah, maybe that's okay. And what if I push some blue into that also? Oh, yeah. Oh, look, I can bring the blue up. Just a little bit on the blue. Maybe I don't like that. Okay, all right. I think this is, once I have the stars back in, I think this is what I'm going to want. Okay, let me remove the mask. Get rid of that. Pixel math these stars back in. Oh, no, I have to type this out again. Combine M20 underscore clone, comma S, comma OP underscore, whoops, OP underscore. Stars back in. Yeah, okay. I think that's there we go. All right, now what are we thinking? Oh, I think. Oh, look, there's another new feature too in PixInsight that I've been. This is like the perfect time to use this feature. If you guys haven't seen this new feature in PixInsight 1.9, if you hold Control and drag like this, now it will link. Yeah, check this out. Now it'll link these two images together. So when I zoom and pan around in one, it'll zoom and pan around in the other. Whoops, except this needs to be, there we go. trying to get them both on the screen for you there. But yeah, now check it out. What's it? Oh, it's doing something weird with the. Okay, that doesn't quite. Yeah, they're like different pixel scales, so that's not gonna work quite the same. Desynchronize. But yeah, I think I definitely got an improvement on there. Oh, sorry, cat. I got a cat on the lap here. It's a little bit difficult here. Yeah, I like that. That's yeah, this one maybe I kind of pushed it too far. The background, you know, and then this one is this maybe more of a sort of a natural look while also getting more color in the core here. So that's pretty cool. Jeff, you must be Spectra Ghost over on the Discord. Thank you for sharing that image. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, M2K. It's very interesting, and when you study astronomy and chemistry and like biology, like how our eyes work, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing that light is out there, but we kind of just can't see it because our eyeballs, the cones in our eyes are not sensitive to color in low light. So we don't see this even with a large telescope. So with a large telescope we can see some of this structure, but we don't see very much, if any, of the color. So it just looks mostly grayscale to our eyes. But the cameras are so much better than our eyes. We can see all this amazing color. That is you, Jeff. Yeah, so check out that is that nebula in the Orion, near Orion? This like reflection nebula here. That's a beautiful shot. There's I can't remember what they call it. It's not the Witch's Broom. That's part of the Veil Nebula. What is that nebula? I want to shoot that one hopefully like this weekend if I get to go out into the dark sky. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Blue horsehead. Yeah, that looks like a blue horsehead. So we're gonna look up. Look up this nebula that I'm. See if I can find it in Stellarium here. We need to fast forward the time to get the Orion Nebula, the Orion constellation to show. So yeah, there's a this one right here. It is the Witch Head Nebula. Yeah, so this one I want to shoot. And like, look at this is the field of view of my current my new rig. It's like perfect for this object. So and I think there's a way you can rotate these. Well, anyways, you can kind of just imagine, take this red box and rotate it a bit. This is like a perfect object to fill this field of view for the Witch Head Nebula. But I want to shoot this specifically from a dark sky site because it's like reflection nebula, right? So it's not going to look good with a filter, and in the light pollution you probably can't even see it at all, like maybe a little bit of it. But so that's on my list for if I go out to the desert this weekend. But that's a very cool shot. Blue horse head. Thank you. Thanks for sharing, Jeff. And I think I'm gonna call this one done. I think I've got. Yeah, I think I'm especially satisfied with how much color I've got in the core here. The pink here. I think that's a great success. All right. I'm gonna save this. M20. Where'd you go? M20 reprocessed, and this was a SHO too. SHO, and I put the date 12/27/24. Groovy. Yeah. JPEG doesn't do that. Who cares? I got one more. We'll do all 4 of the objects in this region, the Sagittarius region emission nebulae. And the next one's M17, the Swan Nebula. This one is probably my favorite. One of my, my favorite of these 4 in this area objects to view in the to your eye in the telescope. This one looks really cool in the eye in the telescope. And this is another one that I shot with garbage data. So we're gonna turn garbage into not garbage. This is a reprocess that I did a couple of months ago, and it worked out good. So let me just remove some stuff here. I gotta make a file, make a folder, M17. And we will start the stacking. Script, batch processing, weighted batch, pre-processing. And select the folder, M17, select folder, flats. We're going to use the same flats, going to clear the lights out and add my lights. This is another one I shot from Northern California. CR2 files. Looks like I got a decent amount of data on this one. 39. Oh yeah, okay. We got a good amount of integration time on this compared to the others. Oh, one of them was 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Oh, I think I'm just gonna not include that one though. That's fine. We will drizzle it and we will run it. Okay, that is calibrating, and I have to, I'll be right back for a pee break. We'll run the Twitch ad while I'm peeing. Be right back. We back. For those of you guys who don't know how the ads work on Twitch, it's still kind of complex, but by running regular ads throughout your stream, then it gives you the ability to disable pre-roll ads, which I think is pretty key. You know, if you kind of think of somebody coming to a stream and then, you know, click on a stream and then like the first thing you see is an ad, it's like, whatever. You just click off of it, right? Not gonna watch that. So definitely don't want pre-roll ads. So appreciate you guys bearing with the ads during the stream. There's a plugin for Firefox that will automatically mute the ads on Twitch streams. So I hope they don't ban me for talking about blocking ads. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it. But so anyways, that's a thing I've used, and so, you know, it still shows you the ad, but at least you mute it. And just kind of one of my gripes with ads is they just tend to be so obnoxious, you know, because it's all about like loud, get your attention, blah blah blah, you know, and it's like, just shut up, you know, just don't be annoying, you know. Anyways. So anyways, also, you know, if you subscribers don't see ads, so there's a little bit of a benefit to that. We're restacking the Swan Nebula M17. Looking forward to, this was another one that was really bad seeing and or just low on the horizon. I can show you a single sub here. So that's what one sub looks like. Full screen it. And this actually looks out of focus to me. Looking at these star shapes, this is like definitely out of focus. Yeah. Twitch Turbo, Scott by Scott. Yeah, okay. I guess Twitch Turbo disables ads across all of Twitch. That I didn't know. I don't think Twitch Turbo was a thing back in my previous venture into streaming. Scott, are you going to Vegas? You figure out Vegas plans?
I just wish you knew.
Take a look at another sub. Yeah, this looks to me like I just didn't get the focus on the camera when I shot this. So this will really be a testament to what Blur Exterminator can do. If I can get something out of something that looks like out of focus. Probably New Year's Eve. Ah, you were there last year, New Year's Eve party, right? You have access to their exclusive party again? When is New Year's Eve? Oh, Tuesday. Yeah, so not very impressive individual subs. Exclusive party. How was the food? I think you said there was food and stuff there, right? Last year. Probably shouldn't talk about food because it's lunchtime and I haven't had lunch. I'm gonna have to have lunch pretty soon. We'll finish this image, and then it'll be lunchtime. I should probably go outdoors at some point today too, but it's overcast, which is the equivalent of raining for Southern California if it's like just a little bit cloudy. It's like it might as well be raining. Like, I don't want to go outside. Hey, what's up, Kimochi? That is the Swan Nebula, M17. This is a shot. I can give you. Here's an individual sub exposure. This I shot this back in the summer of 2016 at the Golden State Star Party in Northern California. And it looks like a combination of my camera was not in focus and the telescope was not in focus and bad seeing and low on the horizon. All three of those things make for a not sharp picture and really poor looking. However, we have modern tools that bring it back to life. So check out the at the same night I also shot the Omega Nebula M8, and let me bring that up. So we just reprocessed this one. So this was the same night and similarly blurry looking image, out of focus-ish looking image. And now we've got something that looks pretty darn good, pretty okay, pretty great, pretty amazing. So I'm restacking. I do have a stacked version of this, but I'm restacking so I can do a 2x drizzle integration. And just to restack, because PixInsight tends to do a better job than the previous stacks that I had. And plus, this gives you an opportunity to sit here and listen to me talk and ramble on about cloudy weather, which I know is just such a treat. So, oh, Scott has a +1. We are auto-cropping now. Moving along on the integration. Chat, should I go out to the desert and do some astrophotography this weekend, or should I go to Vegas with Scott? I could do an IRL stream in Vegas, which would be almost as exciting as this. Sitting at the bar, pushing the Kino machine. almost as exciting. Okay, astrometric solution. We go M17. Go search. What in the heck? Oh, M17. Horseshoe. That's weird. Can't run that. Now it's doing the astrometric solution where it's looking at the stars and figuring out where the telescope was pointed and how zoomed in the image is. Hey, what's up, Vertrise from New York City? How are you? How's the weather out there today? Try to take photos of M42. Composite image was overexposed. M42 is tricky. because you really need to do an HDR shot of the Orion Nebula, which makes it even harder because now you're doing a composite of composite images, right? The core of the Orion Nebula is very, very bright, so you don't need very long exposures for that at all. But the rest of it, there is a lot of faint gas around it, right? So yeah, you're really the only way to do that is an HDR image. So I have a version of that. Where's my Orion Nebula shot? Here it is. So this was a 3 exposure. The core to get, and you can see even my core is a bit overexposed here. And part of that's my processing. I may reprocess this one on a later stream. But the core, let's see, I can probably find details on that. It might take a minute, but we're letting this thing run in the background, so we've got time. Thank you for the follow too. Appreciate you. Let's see. This would have been in the winter. This was Tuttle Creek. M42. Yeah, okay, so this was a composite image. The core was only 6-second exposures. Now your camera, your optics will be different, but just to give you an idea of what I did. So I did 6-second exposures, 50-second exposures, and 300-second exposures. So 6 seconds, almost a minute, and 5-minute exposures to get that. And then you stack those 3 individually. Then you have 3 stacked images, and then you do like an HDR merge on your combined images. I actually have a tutorial for that on my YouTube channel, which I think I can go. Did I set that up? Maybe not. I thought I put a thing. Oh no, I made like a timed thing. Well, the YouTube channel, I might look down below. The link's on the page down there. And we are done. Cool. You've got an ASI 533 MC Pro. You got the right tool. But yeah, you definitely have to do an HDR image, though. That's the thing. You definitely need 3 exposures. At least 2, because the core is so bright. I mean, the core's naked eye, you can see it. Even in the light pollution, you can see it. So that's very bright for an astro target. Are you imaging from New York City from the light pollution? So then you're going to probably be using filters. So it's going to be even different, right? But yeah, you'll want to take like, sample exposures and just see like what does 10 seconds look like, what does 30 seconds look like, what does 2 minutes look like, and then kind of pick 3. Combine the 3, boom, HDR image. It's a process, right? But so is everything with astrophotography. So hopefully you have some clear skies to play around with that. This weekend is the new moon, so yeah. So that's the Swan Nebula. It looks pretty blurry. You got the L Pro, cool. I got the L Enhance. I think the L Pro is just a little bit tighter bands, tighter narrow band, a tighter bandwidth. And I think there's like the L Extreme or the L Ultimate or something that's even tighter. So, yeah. So with the filters, it'll be even different, right? So because the filters block out a lot of light. So, yeah, you just have to experiment. Yeah. So I would start with basically just go with the longest exposures you can get without overexposing the core, which I don't know what that is. It'll depend on your aperture, your camera, and the filter, and the gain setting on your camera. And so find what that longest is, and then expose the core. Then do like, I don't know, an hour. We probably don't even need that much integration time on the core because it's super bright, right? So maybe you only need like 20 minutes or half an hour. Maybe you need more. And then for the fainter stuff, I don't know if you need 5 minutes something like that, 5-minute sub exposures, and then stack up several hours of that. So, okay. So next is spectrophotometric flux calibration. We've been doing this on these last few images, and it seems to be doing what we need to do. And I think we just need to turn the minimum detection SNR down to 10 because these stars are kind of bloated. We'll run that. New York City, you may be in the one area that rivals me for light pollution. All right, we have spectrophotometrically flux calibrated this image. And next is gradient removal, multi-scale gradient correction. And these I've been doing, like increasing the gradient scale and the model smoothness. Very delicate gradients to remove here because there's kind of not a lot. And let me see, do I still have that open? Yeah, so Milky Way core. Here's the Milky Way. We're looking in the core area, and the Swan Nebula is going to be right here. That's going to be the M17. And so we can see there's definitely some bright stuff around here, but then also some dark areas. So, extremely strong sky light pollution, exactly. Yeah, in the city, yeah. Oh, L Extreme. Yeah, L Extreme is like super narrow band, I think. I think it's like maybe like 3 nanometer pass or something like that. So, good for getting just HA signal. Yeah. I got the L Enhance, which I think is the most gentle, you might say. I haven't tried the others. There's the gradient it removed. I suppose that's right. We'll do a before and after. That's the after. Let's look at the before. It's going to be pretty subtle. Wow, can I even see much of a difference there? Very little. Yeah, there's like some kind of... This corner gets a little more even. Yeah, it was really dark over there. Well, that's cool because that's what we expect. I think that looks right. So next is spectrophotometric color calibration. And we grab my filters and region of interest. So we need to find some background, which is difficult because so many stars, but that should work. Select my background and run that. Trying to force myself to use new tools and new techniques when I can. Partially just to try them, but also to kind of learn and grow and get better at what I do. So now colors are calibrated. Just did a linked auto stretch. That looks good. Now we do blur exterminator, and this is a new procedure that I kind of just came up with today, was to do my sharpening and noise reduction in multiple steps. So I'm going to start by just doing blur exterminator correct only to fix the star shapes. Then I will reduce the stars. And that is running. While that's running, I'm going to run a 30-second ad to disable the pre-roll ads. So be right back for you guys that are not subscribed. Or Twitch Pro, or what was it, Scott? Twitch Premium, Twitch Platinum, whatever the stupid things. Twitch Turbo, that's it. All right. I guess YouTube doesn't have ads, so this is dual streaming. So if you're on YouTube, you're not seeing ads. Ad break ended. Cool. Wow, this is taking a long time. Virtualize. We also have a Discord server. So yeah, that does work. I changed that. It didn't. Okay, ignore the bit about soaring flight. But check out the Discord server. Happy to help troubleshoot, post links, whatever. And I would love to see what kind of images you're getting from New York City. So if you want to post in there, that'd be cool. Oh, I see, Jeff. Yeah, you just posted over there too. Yeah, okay, I see what you got going on. Jeff, I responded to you on Discord, but if you didn't catch that, if you're not here, at Design by Dave _Aldrich is my Instagram handle. So, anyways, you're shy, just a beginner. Hey, that's great. Everybody was a beginner at one point. I'm far from an expert, so yeah, don't be shy about astrophotography, asking for advice, sharing the images that you make, looking for, critiques. That's how we get better. And one thing that I've found, the astrophotography community, very welcoming and helping, and, for the most part, yeah, everyone's going to be eager to help and glad to see what you've got going on and progress and encourage you to do more. So, yeah. Okay, Blur exterminated. The stars are round now. Get the before and after to see how those look. That's the before, that's the after. Okay, now we're going to reset. We're going to run Blur Exterminator again. And, oh, okay, no, I'm not. I'm going to remove the stars now, and then I'm going to Blur Exterminate the stars and the nebulosity separately. Yeah, I'm far from an expert. And I'm kind of a re-beginner. Like I was doing astrophotography for a couple years from like 2014 to 2016. Then got out of it. Sold all my gear. I wasn't doing anything. And then just got back into it, a few months ago, very recently. So, I'm still, yeah, intermediate. So, a lot of this stuff is, and there's a lot of new tools that came out in the last several years that I was away from astrophotography that we have now to play with. So I'm kind of learning, that stuff as I go along. And what I've been streaming here is just me learning and trying new things. Things that are new to me, at least. So this is taking a really long time. These are going quicker earlier. Maybe this image is having a harder time. It's like, this is way out of focus, dude. We're having a really hard time. Cat wants attention. I think she probably needs food. She has food. So yeah, everything's, you know, we're all learning and yeah, getting better. Always something new to learn. I think it was like a Bill Nye quote. It was like, everybody that you meet knows something that you don't, right? So. Am I reaching the point of diminishing returns? You mean on like my skills or on my equipment? On my skills? No, definitely not. Yeah. Well, no. There's always new stuff to learn and do. On my equipment, well, my current astrophotography equipment, I also know because I still haven't even taken it out to the desert. I haven't got some, you know, proper dark sky imaging with it yet, so I don't really know what it's capable of. So maybe diminishing returns on the targets that I can image in the light pollution here at home. So, oh, I feel you. Yeah. Take a good break. So that's definitely been the case with astrophotography for me because, well, and that's kind of just partially because in the time that I was away from astrophotography, all these new tools, like software tools and hardware tools, became a thing. Like Blur Exterminator, Star Exterminator, Noise Exterminator, those were not things in 2016. So, so like what I'm doing right now, I'm processing these images. Let me show, like, I don't know if I've shown side by side of so what I want to look at, so the side by side from images that I processed back in 2016 versus like this one that I just did today. I did show this earlier. So, yeah, I don't know how well you can see on the stream, but this was, you know, same data, exact same data set, that image versus this one that we just did this morning. Whoops. So, yeah, taking time away, you know, yeah, being away from it, and it's definitely better. Oh, it keeps, don't go to the next. Come on, Cat. Mr. Cat wants to get on the lap. Come on, Cat, get on the lap. There we go. Bro, those are some amazing images from Long Island. Yeah, dude, those are terrific. I mean, I hope you don't mind me sharing these. Yeah, so you just need to shoot this Orion as an HDR image. That's what I would expect to see to get the core not blown out. Yeah. So it looks like you don't have a whole lot of integration time on it either. It's pretty noisy, but that's okay. Yeah. Get yourself Blur Exterminator also. Or a Noise Exterminator. Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, I can show you... I'll show you an individual sub of mine. So here's a 5-minute exposure of my Orion. And look at how blown out the core is there, right? Super overexposed. Well, you know what? I got a tutorial for you, my friend. Like I was saying, you shoot 3 separate exposures and stack them all separately. And then there's a tool in PixInsight. I think it's just called like, I think it's just called Merge HDR or something like that. But let me find. I'll find you that tutorial. It's a tutorial that I put together back in 2016, so it may be outdated, but there may be a better way to do it now. But if I was going to shoot Orion again, I would need to follow my own tutorial to remember. Yeah, 3 separate images. Yeah. HDR composition, PixInsight tutorial. Copy. Okay. Whoops. Okay, there's the link. So that's my tutorial. Like I said, I made that, almost like 8 years ago now. So it may be outdated. There may be like newer or better tools, or some of the buttons might be in different places. I haven't went back to look at that myself in a while. So just be aware of that. But the methodology will be the same. But you can definitely get that. You can definitely get it. That's a great Andromeda too. I started imaging that myself. You're definitely going to get better than what I can get because you have bigger aperture and larger image sensor. But from the light pollution to get, that amount out of Andromeda is terrific, especially because you're using a narrowband filter, right? So very cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, you got the AM5, you got the rig there. That's what you need. Cool, brother. Wow, this is taking a long time. Done. There we go. Finally, it says done. There we go. Holy smokes. Okay, now we run Blur Exterminator on the 2 images separately. So hopefully this won't take as long. I used to use the free tool called StarNet to remove the stars. And but I updated PixInsight like last week, and it appears that the new version, it's not compatible. So what's my favorite scope? Probably the James Webb Space Telescope. That's going to be my favorite. Unfortunately, I don't get much observing. Yeah, it doesn't make a very good travel scope. Although it does fold up, right? My favorite scope for travel. I don't travel much, but probably the rig that I have right now, Rokinon 135 millimeter. The rig that I have right now would be great for travel, which I've got some videos about on my YouTube channel. So this is a really small, compact little package. And since the camera has a small image sensor, that 135 millimeters is equivalent to it's like 450 in a full frame image sensor field of view. So for a compact travel rig, this would be pretty darn good. StarNet on Cyril, yeah. I haven't tried Cyril. Maybe I should do one of these days. My assumption is it's a little more accessible to than PixInsight is. Wow, this is going so slow. This image is just... Yeah, pretty small. Yeah, so I built the rig too. The mount, I built the mount, designed and built the mount, and there's videos about that on my YouTube channel. So that's kind of my shtick is I've been building the gear that I can. So Are they correcting the spikes on the James Webb Space Telescope? I don't think so. You thought they were distracting. Well, the first images I'm not sure which images, like the first images they released were like just calibration images. But subsequent images, I don't know what level of distracting an image like this one from the Carina Nebula, distracting. Kind of wish you hadn't have told me that, because now I'm maybe, yeah. They're an optical aberration because the JWST has the three arm secondary mirror holder, right? So there are always going to be diffraction spikes around those. So, do you remember your first deep sky pick? They were prism-like. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure which ones you're referring to, but I think you're probably thinking of like calibration images that were actually off like those were off of like the guide camera or something. So they were showing like calibration images of the guide camera that had like wicked, you're seeing like all kinds of background galaxies, right? And it's like, those are just like, that's just the guide camera that this telescope is seeing. So, okay. We blur exterminated the stars. Holy cow, this was like taking a long time. Let's see. Do I remember my first deep sky pick? Ooh. Deep sky pick. It was probably the Orion Nebula. Just like with my phone up to the eyepiece, right? That's like how so many people start. But not too long after that would have been like some of these of Andromeda. So, yeah. Let's see. Luffy's been researching steppers. Notice OnStep has support for closed loop. Have you thought about upgrading? No. I don't know what benefits that would give you, closed loop steppers. I mean, I suppose you could avoid missing steps, skipping steps, and losing track of its position. But that's not been too much of an issue. Ow, cat, don't bite me. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, got my stars. Let me just call this. Let me pop a quick S on that so we know it's a fill with the stars. Are you trying to share a link, James? If you can't, if the link doesn't post in YouTube, then you can share it in the Discord server and I can reshare it. Okay, now we need to blur exterminate, and we're going to bring the sharpen non-stellar up. Yeah, it didn't let you share a link. Yeah, it's probably like a spam bot prevention kind of thing, because you can imagine the crypto scams that would be going on in there if bots could post links. But yeah, if you want to share it in the YouTube channel, oh sorry, in the Discord server, I can share it. So this is another interesting thing that PixInsight is doing that I noticed the other night, and then it didn't seem to be doing it, but now it's doing it again. Where, I mean, I can see the process ticker going here, 33, 34, 35%. It's definitely running, but if I click off the window, like I click on Discord or OBS or something, it like stops running. Yeah. So that's when it's not the active window. It's like not running the process, which is odd. So we're talking about old images. That's like an old and crappy images. That's a California nebula. Much better version of that now. Closed loop is more efficient, less noise, less heat on the motors, and smoother. If it's more power efficient, that could be good. Because, you know, if you're running off a battery, like if you're out, you know, in the desert or something, then that could be great. Tell me honestly, do I need to buy PixInsight or Serial? That's quite enough for a beginner. I don't have any experience with Serial. So, and honestly, probably Serial is fine. PixInsight, as I understand, is still the top tool. Like, it's the best tool. It's the last tool you'll need, except for all the plugins. So, yeah, I think with their main limitation with Serial is you don't have access to Blur Exterminator. There's lots of YouTube tutorials for sure, and I know Serial is popular, and if it's free, then like, because PixInsight's pretty expensive, right? I think PixInsight's like $200. Let's check out. So is Blur Exterminator only a PixInsight module? Oh, it is. Oh, so that's a real bummer. Yeah. Blur Exterminator is an AI-powered deconvolution tool designed specifically for astronomical images. It is available as a plug-in process module for PixInsight only. So if you don't already have PixInsight, then it starts to get pretty expensive, because I think PixInsight's $200, Blur Exterminator's $100, and then you really need Noise Exterminator, which I think is another $100. So now you're in for like $400. So, yeah, if I were you, I would try to get the most out of the free software that's out there. And then, and then maybe look to upgrade. PixInsight's definitely a super powerful tool. So, but it's also can be pretty difficult, pretty advanced to use. And I know you were just asking me about HDR images, and I linked you to the PixInsight tutorial, so that doesn't help you if you don't have PixInsight. So sorry about that. But I'm sure there's a way to do that in Serial also. Yeah. Oh, cool. James did. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is what he was talking about. Let me bring this up. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. This thing right here. I mean, it's still 6 points, but like you get like extra. There's extra diffraction kind of going around the core, because there's that whole secondary. That's going to be diffraction off the whole secondary mirror holder. Let me see if I can see some images. Yeah, so here we go. Damn, what a badass piece of equipment. These... No, found an image here. I'm trying to open image in a new tab. That's what I wanted to do. So you got this whole structure of the secondary mirror here. So that's going to cause all kinds of diffraction. And my guess is the reason it looks like that in here is that there's different camera instruments too. So it's going to record that, like a little bit differently, depending on how they, which camera, which instrument they're using, and how they process them, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I think it just depends on which camera, which instrument they're using, James, or what type of, yeah. So, yeah. For distant galaxies, use Newtonian with a long focus, right? Probably. Longer focal length and larger aperture. Larger aperture is going to allow you to... larger aperture is not only going to collect more light, be a larger light bucket, but is also going to resolve finer details. And if you're looking at small galaxies, then yeah, generally the case. Not necessarily a Newtonian. A Newtonian is just going to be the best bang for your buck to get large aperture, right? To get like a 12-inch aperture refractor, well, you need a whole frickin' observatory for that, right? So, Barlow lens. Yeah, you wouldn't want to use a Barlow lens for deep sky imaging, just for planetary stuff. And a Barlow lens is just, from what I understand, just like a magnifying lens. So it's just magnifying the image that's already there, which is not the same as having more aperture. You're just going to make the blurry details larger, not more sharper. I think that explanation makes sense. Okay, we've blur exterminated this image. And that's the before, and that's the after. It's maybe a little fugly, but we're going to go with it. We have a cat bath here. That's a good cat. I want clean kitties. Okay, now we will noise exterminator. And I bring the noise denoising up, and I'll bring the detail down because I've already added details, sharpened with blur exterminator. Okay, we have denoised. There's the before. Look at the noise. There's the after. The noise is gone. So we do have the sharpening ends up looking a little chonky on here. A little weird because it was such an out of focus image. But yeah. How does your wife feel about the fact that you throw half your salary into deep space? Well, I don't have a wife. So, okay, that's how that goes. Okay, now it's time to stretch. So I'm going to do my stretching. but I believe you're probably in the similar boat to many others. You lucky. Yeah, well, you know, the grass is always greener, right? So now we're stretching the image to add contrast, and I got a bit of a blown out core here, but we'll address that later. Oh yeah, so the data's there. It's not blown out. We should be able to recover it. In the non-stretched version, you can see it in there. This, by the way, when it's not stretched, it's interesting here. We can actually, this is the swan. This is kind of pretty close to what your eye can see in a telescope. You're looking at a swan profile from the side in the water, right? So it's upside down. This is the water line. So like this is the swan's back, and that's the neck, and then there's his head, neck, and that's the water. So that's where the swan comes from in the Swan Nebula. But then once you image it like this, it kind of, you know, blows it all up. So that's looking pretty good. Now we want to bring out the structure in the core there. So there's a couple of ways. I think I want to use the HDR script for this one. Let's see. That's in the toolbox. Create HDR image. This may be really processor intensive to use here. So I'll zoom in here, and we're gonna play with the settings here to try to get the core to come out without looking funky, without looking too weird. So we start by changing the number of layers. And 4 gets me a lot of details. Let's go to the opposite extreme, 9, and see how that looks. I don't think I see much difference there. Go back to 6. And I think changing the increasing the blend gives you more HDR effect. Do you have Pelican Nebula shots? I do. One of your favorites. Very cool. I have, let's see, North American. So I have a combo, North American and Pelican Nebula. These were shot with my new rig from my balcony. So the Pelican Nebula just right up here, right? And for some reason, there we go. Yeah, so there's the Pelican Nebula up there. That one by itself is definitely better with longer focal length, right? Better, yeah. So, but the region is very cool. Still playing with the create HDR script here. There we go. That's kind of getting closer to what. That might be too much. Let's back that off a bit. We'll go 0.69. Oh yeah, dude, it performs like almost perfect. The only time, like I'm shooting 5-minute exposures, and every single one of them is absolutely perfect. The only time it's not perfect is when there's weather, when there's clouds. So and no rig can outdo the clouds, right? So, yeah, it's been very consistent, very reliable. So, very pleased with that. Took a little while to get it there, especially when it's, you know, hardware that you have put together yourself. So, and there we go. We've got an HDR image with the core. So we'll start working with this one. And we're going to call this M17. Looks good. Yeah, you know, starting with a smaller... Yeah, starting small is a very good idea with astrophotography. You know, set yourself up for success by taking an incremental approach. Wider field of view, it's going to be easier to, you know, more forgiving to, you know, things not being set up or calibrated or working correctly. And, you know, get good at that and then start adding another piece of gear or making something more complicated, you know. I definitely like a slow, incremental approach to anything new. And you kind of, you know, don't go for one big victory, go for a bunch of small victories, and then you start to add up into a big victory. Do you shoot one object in one night or collect in several nights? It is very boring to shoot one object all night. Or am I talking nonsense? You're definitely not talking nonsense. Especially when you're new. I totally get it. It's like boring to shoot one thing all night. Looking to hold 120 pounds payload. Ooh, you're going to put something beefy on there. I like the sound of that. Yeah, so Vertrees, you know, it depends on, you know, what you want to do. And when you're new and you're just kind of starting out, you know what? Yeah, shoot a bunch of stuff because you're going to learn the night sky that way. You're going to know, like, oh, Andromeda's over here, and I know I'm going to be able to shoot it for 3 hours before it disappears behind my neighbor's roofline. So then I'll switch to Rosette Nebula as it's appearing from behind the tree, you know. So yeah, shoot a bunch of stuff, right? But then also just know that in order to get really good images, you're going to need a lot of integration time, especially in the light pollution, right? So, you know, you're going to need, depending on where the object is in the sky and how much time you have each night to image it, you may need several nights on the same target. But you might also only be able to get 3 or 4 hours, or maybe 1 or 2 hours a night on a target right before it sets, or it's too low on the horizon, or you have to wait for it to rise, right? Or the sun comes up, or clouds come in. So, yeah, I mean, maybe just kind of experiment, you know, look at shooting a bunch of things and you find something you really like, and then go, okay, now go back to it, right? You got that Orion Nebula shot, that's really good. You need more integration time on it. So go back and add more integration time. So you can always do that. So a little bit of both, you know. Okie dokie, let's do my Hubble palette thing. Oh, I feel on that, Luffy. Fortunately, Nina has will tell you how to set the rotation for you. And Vertrees is probably running the ASI Air app, which I think will do the same thing. So in Nina, you select your target and your camera rotation, and then when you go to image another night, you can use the previous night's data to copy that alignment, and it'll tell you rotate your camera 5 degrees, 2 degrees, or whatever. It's so cool. I assume the ASI Air app does the same thing. Yeah. You're on ASI Air. Does it not have the same feature? It won't set the rotation. Tell you how to set the rotation. Okay, now we're gonna do the SHO palette blend on this image. Oh, whoops, actually I wanted to make it clone. It does. Just don't use it. Well, start using it. Yeah, it's especially it's been especially important for me with my new rig because the image sensor is like a 16:9 aspect ratio. So like take a look at the Rosette Nebula shot here. Or maybe that's not a good a good example is the Orion. You are now good, yeah. So the composition on Orion's belt here, you know, because of 16:9, it's almost a 2-to-1 aspect ratio, right? So the rotation of the camera makes a huge difference in your composition. So yeah, it's especially important. Yeah, with that shape image sensor. Okay, there's my SHO palette. Now let's start working in some beautiful colors. And let's see, which approach do I want to take? I think I kind of just want to just globally increase the saturation at first to kind of see what I'm working with. And then like, what do I want to enhance? I think I want to bring up the reds. So sort of give me a higher percentage red than green. But I want the hydrogen to kind of stand out a bit more. That's looking pretty cool. Although we've really blown up this yeah, this darker stuff over here. I don't really want to saturate the background too much. So I think I'm gonna do my luminance mask trick. Where I make a mask. Then I do some curves on the mask to bring down that background here, because I don't want to saturate that too much. Yeah, something like that. Okay, now I'll increase the global saturation, which is a much more subtle effect. But yeah, I'm just kind of getting saturation in the core, or in the nebulosity there, and then push the red up a bit too. I'll apply that. Then close that. Yes, and I forgot my local histogram equalization step. We need to do a range mask. And I think here I'm just going to kind of just try to find the really brighter areas. Yeah, I'm just going to focus on the bright area here. Local histogram equalization, and yeah, value of 1 is way too much, and even 4, since I already did an HDR image of this, HDR composition, yeah, just kind of add some more detail in that. Cool. I'm trying, you know, constantly. I've reprocessed these images a bunch of times now, kind of just trying new workflow, combination of new workflow and new new tools to get the most out of it, right? So I can't understand why filter affects focusing. Filter is straight glass. Right. Well, I'm probably only on the verge of understanding myself, so I'm probably gonna somewhat butcher the explanation. But I think you got two things going on with filters. One is, even though the glass is straight and not curved, the light still diffracts a little bit. Anytime light passes through a different medium, it's going to change how the wave moves through that medium, right? So even though it's not curved, it's going to change a little bit. But most importantly, different wavelengths of light focus at different points. That's why a refractor telescope that's a singlet, that's just a single lens, the R, G, and B will all focus at different points, and you'll get color fringing, right? So, so if you have no filter, and you bring your camera into focus, and then you put like an HA filter in there or a red filter, you're only focusing at where the wavelength of red focuses, so you're probably going to be out of focus. If you switch from a red to a blue filter, it's definitely going to be out of focus because red and blue are very different wavelengths and they focus at different points. So I hope that was right. I think that's mostly right. Do I ever shoot without a filter? These images I'm processing were shot without a filter, which technically that's not true because the DSLR has stock DSLR has a filter in front of the sensor. With my current rig, I need at least a UV IR filter, or else I'll get really bad bloated stars. If I do go out to the desert this weekend or early next week to shoot in the dark skies, I will use just the UV IR filter and shoot with no other filter. Because it's dark skies, I won't need it. Okay, we have added local histogram equalization. Now we'll go back to the curves, and then we just want to get some color in this guy. Still have a lot of color over here that I don't think I like. Yeah. Getting like a lot of blue-green there. Galaxies should be photographed without a filter. So galaxies are broadband targets. The light coming from a galaxy is going to be the full spectrum because the galaxy is going to be light from stars, which are full spectrum, right? All the light coming from the galaxy is going to be from a star. Versus an emission nebula, like what I'm working on here, most of this light is coming from either glowing hydrogen or glowing oxygen gas. And so by using a narrowband filters, you can isolate those wavelengths. But galaxies are emitting the full spectrum. So if you use a filter, you're going to block out some of that light. So that's... However, if you're shooting from the light pollution, you kind of have no choice, because the yellow-orange part of the color spectrum that's coming from that galaxy is gonna get lost in the light pollution anyways. So shooting galaxies from the light pollution, there's not a whole lot you can do. That's where you just need dark skies. So this is tricky because I don't want to saturate this background, but I do want to color the nebula here. So I'm not sure. One of my other images, I kind of ended up with something like that, and that might take some experimenting to kind of get rid of. I could sort of fake it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply it for now. And then, let's see. Can I do maybe I can do a range selection on that, which is going to select. Oh, I can do upper limit. Okay, so maybe something like oh, okay, yeah. This may be kind of what I want to do is just change the upper limit. Do it hecka smooth and heckin' fuzzy. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to. So now, yeah, the red stuff is protected. So now I'm gonna bring my curves tool up, and now I'm gonna bring the saturation down. There we go. I think that's what yeah, okay. I kind of lose a little bit of color in here, but that's... No, I think that's what I want. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's still a bit left up there, but... That's better. I think that's better. Okay. I think we're ready for stars. And I think my stars are good to go. Pixel math. Combine. M17 underscore clone. Comma S comma OP underscore screen. Close parentheses. Drag and drop. Nope, what did I mess up? No such image. Oh, well, it's lowercase m, not capital M. Case sensitive. There we go. I forgot to stretch the stars. Right? Look at my history on there. Yeah, right. Whoops. Okay. I forgot to do a stretch on those stars. Although, I don't know. That's kind of like a super minimal star field. Yeah, it's too minimal. Script City Astro. And we do star stretch. But maybe I'll go... I'm going to try like a much more minimal. I'll go 2.5 on the stretch. Usually I do like 3 or 3.5, but there we go. That's the Swan Nebula. Let's compare that to what I had before. Where is that? M17, right? 16. 17 comes after 16. So there's what I had before, where I had a lot more background, a lot more stars in there, and this is where I'm at. Where I'm at now with it. Thoughts, opinions, comparison. A couple of different looks at it. I kind of like the stretched kind of background on this one over here, but yeah, a couple of different looks. Just kind of a different look. There's not necessarily a wrong answer. I like the contrast here. I think the swan shape kind of stands out more. The sharpening is a little bit over processed, kind of unnatural looking, but it's correcting for what was really garbage data. So to get anything out of this is pretty terrific. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Let me save it. And I'll post these, the full resolution versions in the Discord. So if you guys want to check those out. $12.27. Look at that. December 27th already. Alrighty. It's lunchtime. It's past lunchtime. I don't know about you guys, but I need to eat. I need to. I usually don't go past noon without eating. So I should end the stream. I would like to raid out. We've got some people here. If anybody has a suggestion for the raid, feel free. Let me know. So I'll just check the science and technology category. See if anybody looks like they're doing anything interesting that we might want to go raid in on. A lot of stuff not in English, which I mean is cool, but I don't would be hard to raid in there, you know. Yeah, don't see anybody. Yeah, it sucks to not raid out, but hey, thank you for being here, Luffy. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm glad I can be of some help. I'm like I said, I'm far from an expert on this stuff myself, but sometimes you get better at stuff by just talking about it, you know, like talking it out, and you know, yeah. So absolutely, Vertrice. Yeah, keep posting in the Discord. You know, we'll I'll look some more at your images that you posted, and you know, if you want some feedback, yeah, glad to take a look at that. Yeah, hopefully we'll hopefully good skies for you. Thank you, James. I think it's looking like maybe not till Sunday that will go out, if we do. Saturday night's looking pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. So maybe Sunday, Monday, something like that. So, and then it'll be really fun to do a stream processing new data, right? So far I've kind of just been processing old data. So I don't know. Maybe Saturday night, if it's good here, maybe we'll do a live stream Saturday night with live astronomy. Have the telescope set up. We can do like some live stacking. So I appreciate you. Yes, I will appreciate your presence at the streams. So yeah, I think that's it. That's all I have for today. I need some lunch, and yeah, too bad there's nobody to raid out to, but that's okay. I will catch you guys next time. I have an end screen now to the stream, so it doesn't just awkwardly end. It says stream ended, and then I could like turn the music back up. Even though that music ended. And that song ended. But it's alright. Alright guys. Peace out. Have a good afternoon. Have a good weekend if I don't see you. Maybe Saturday.